This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My husband Brian would tell you the same. We're both practical people with solid jobs in finance, living a pretty normal life. But what happened during our honeymoon last October has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. Brian and I got married on October 15th after dating for 4 years. We decided on a road trip honeymoon along the Blue Ridge Parkway since we both love hiking and the fall colors would be at their peak. The plan was to drive from our home in Charlotte and spend a week meandering up through the mountains, staying at different B&Bs along the way. The first 2 days were perfect. The weather was crisp but sunny, and the autumn foliage was breathtaking, all those deep reds and bright yellows against the blue mountain backdrop. We hiked during the day and found cozy restaurants in the evenings. On the third day, things went wrong. We decided to take what looked like a scenic detour on our map, but the road wasn't well marked. I was navigating while Brian drove our Subaru deeper into the mountains. The sun was setting earlier than we expected, and the fog rolled in thick and fast. Our GPS kept losing signal, and before we knew it, we were completely lost. "We need to find somewhere to stay soon," Brian said, squinting through the windshield as the wipers struggled against the light rain that had started. "I can barely see 10 feet ahead." I was trying not to panic, but the winding mountain roads felt increasingly threatening as darkness fell. We hadn't passed another car in over an hour, and our cell phones showed no service. That's when we saw it, a soft yellow glow through the trees. As we rounded a bend, a large Victorian-style building came into view. A sign swinging gently in the wind read, "The Carter Inn." The building looked weathered, faded white paint peeling in places, black shutters hanging slightly crooked, but warm light spilled from most of the windows, and smoke curled from the chimney. It wasn't what we had planned, but in that moment, any shelter seemed like salvation. Brian pulled into the gravel driveway, the tires crunching beneath us. "Looks like we got lucky," he said, squeezing my hand. I smiled back, but something felt off. Maybe it was just exhaustion from being lost for hours. We grabbed our overnight bags from the trunk and hurried through the rain to the front porch. The door opened before we could knock, and a middle-aged woman with graying hair pulled into a tight bun stood there. She wore a dark dress that seemed oddly formal, or maybe just old-fashioned. "Oh," she said, her eyes widening slightly. "Guests, come in out of that terrible weather." The lobby was warm and inviting, with a large stone fireplace crackling away and overstuffed chairs arranged around it. The decor was definitely dated, think floral wallpaper and heavy wooden furniture, but it felt cozy rather than shabby. "We got lost," Brian explained. "We were hoping you might have a room available for tonight." The woman, who introduced herself as Mrs. Garner, looked momentarily confused. "A room? Oh yes, of course." She moved behind a wooden desk and opened a large ledger book. No computer, not even an old credit card machine, just that leather-bound book. "We have room 3 available," she said, after flipping through a few pages. "Will that suit you?" We nodded, relieved to have found shelter. Brian handed over his credit card, but Mrs. Garner shook her head. "We prefer cash," she said. $65 for the night, breakfast included." The price seemed surprisingly low, but we didn't question our good fortune. Brian paid in cash, and Mrs. Garner handed us an actual key, not a key card, but an old-fashioned brass key attached to a heavy wooden tag with the number 3 carved into it. "Dinner ended at 8, she said, "but I can have some soup and bread brought up if you're hungry." We gratefully accepted, and she directed us up a creaking staircase to the second floor. Room 3 was at the end of a long hallway lined with identical doors. The room itself was simple but clean. A 4-poster queen bed with a quilt, a writing desk, a small bathroom, and a window overlooking the dark forest behind the inn. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. A young woman with blonde hair stood there holding a tray with 2 bowls of soup, bread, and 2 glasses of water. She didn't speak, just gave a slight nod as Brian took the tray, and then she disappeared down the hallway. We ate hungrily, grateful for the warm food, and then got ready for bed. The day's stress and hours of being lost had worn us out. I fell asleep almost instantly in the surprisingly comfortable bed. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was pitch black except for the faint red glow of the digital clock on the bedside table, 3:17 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps directly above our room. I lay frozen, listening to the steady rhythm. Step, step, pause, step, pause, like someone pacing. I nudged Brian awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He blinked groggily, then grew still as he listened. "Probably just another guest," he murmured, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "Brian, we're on the top floor," I said. "There shouldn't be anyone above us." He sat up now, fully awake. "Maybe it's the attic or roof access." We listened as the footsteps continued their slow pattern directly overhead. Then they stopped, right above our bed. There was a long pause, and then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl. The footsteps seemed to move toward what would be the hallway outside our room, and then descended a staircase that I knew for certain didn't exist. We had seen the entire second floor. There was no staircase at that end of the hall. Neither of us slept much after that. We kept the lights on and talked about rational explanations. Old buildings settle, pipes can knock. Maybe the layout was different than we thought. When morning came, we were exhausted but relieved. The dining room downstairs had 5 or 6 tables, but we were the only guests present. A different woman served us a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and coffee. When I casually asked if many other guests were staying at the inn, she just smiled vaguely and said, "Not at present." After breakfast, I approached the front desk where Mrs. Garner was writing in her ledger. "Excuse me," I said, "but we heard some strange noises last night. It sounded like footsteps above our room." Mrs. Garner's pen paused mid-stroke. She didn't look up immediately. "Old buildings make all sorts of noises, dear. The wind, the pipes, the wood contracting in the cold." "It sounded exactly like footsteps," I insisted. "And we're on the top floor." She finally looked up, her expression unreadable. "Room 3 is indeed on the top floor. There is nothing above you but the roof. Perhaps you were dreaming." Something in her tone discouraged further questions. Brian and I decided to continue our trip, planning to leave after exploring the nearby hiking trail Mrs. Garner recommended. The day was clear and sunny, completely different from the foggy night before. We thought the fresh air and exercise might help us shake off the uneasiness we both felt. The hike was beautiful, but uneventful. We returned to the inn late in the afternoon, tired but in better spirits. We decided to stay one more night rather than try to find our way back to the main road so late in the day. That second night was worse, much worse. We went to bed around 10, both exhausted from the hike and our disturbed sleep the night before. I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. The footsteps woke us both at the same time. 3:22 in the morning, according to the bedside clock. They were louder this time, more deliberate. Step, 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 step. "Brian," I whispered, clutching his arm. "I hear it," he said, his voice tight. The footsteps moved in the same pattern as before, pacing back and forth directly above our bed. Then they stopped. The silence was almost worse than the noise. It stretched on for what felt like minutes. Then there was a sound I can only describe as a heavy object being dragged slowly across the floor above us. A scraping, grinding noise that made the hairs on my neck stand up. Brian turned on the lamp and got out of bed. "This is ridiculous," he said, pulling on his jeans. "I'm going to check it out." I didn't want him to go, but I also didn't want to be left alone, so I quickly dressed and followed him into the hallway. It was deserted and dimly lit by wall sconces that cast more shadows than light. Brian walked to the end of the hallway where the phantom staircase would be if it existed. There was nothing there but a solid wall with faded wallpaper. We checked every room on our floor that wasn't locked. A small linen closet, a maintenance room, a window seat at the end of the hall, looking for any access to the roof or attic. Nothing. When we returned to our room, the noises had stopped. We didn't sleep again that night. At first light, we packed our bags, determined to leave. The inn felt different in the morning light, colder somehow, despite the mild weather outside. The hallway carpet that I remembered as worn but clean now looked threadbare and stained. The wallpaper was peeling in large strips, revealing water-damaged plaster beneath. Downstairs was worse. The lobby that had seemed cozy and inviting 2 nights ago now looked abandoned. The fireplace was cold, filled with old ashes, dust covered the furniture, and the air had a musty, neglected smell. Most disturbing of all, there was no one there. No Mrs. Garner at the desk, no breakfast being served, no other guests, just an empty, decaying building. "What the hell is going on?" Brian muttered, his face pale. We called out, checked the dining room, the kitchen, which looked like it hadn't been used in years, even knocked on doors. No response. The front door wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the door seemed sealed shut somehow. After several minutes of increasing panic, we found a window in the back of the building that opened enough for us to squeeze through. Outside, the inn looked even more decrepit than it had inside. The white paint was almost entirely gone, leaving weathered gray wood. Several windows were broken, and part of the roof had collapsed on one side. Our car was still in the driveway, thank God. We threw our bags in and drove away as fast as we safely could on the winding road. We drove for almost 2 hours before finding a gas station. The attendant gave us directions back to the Blue Ridge Parkway, and we stopped at a small diner nearby to collect ourselves over coffee. The waitress was friendly, a local woman in her 60s who'd lived in the area her whole life. When she asked about our trip, something compelled me to mention where we'd stayed. "The Carter Inn, up on Old Mill Road?" she asked, her smile fading. When we nodded, she set down her coffee pot. "That's not possible," she said quietly. "The Carter Inn burned down in 1956. Everyone inside died. The owners, the staff, the guests. My aunt used to tell me stories about it. They say it started in room 3, where a young couple was staying on their honeymoon." I felt the blood drain from my face. Brian reached across the table and gripped my hand so hard it hurt. "There's nothing up there now but ruins," the waitress continued. "Has been for almost 70 years. We paid quickly and left." On the drive home, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Had we somehow found a different place with the same name? Had the waitress confused the location? Was this an elaborate local prank? We never went back to check. We never told anyone the full story either, not even our closest friends. Who would believe us? We've been home for 6 months now. Life has mostly returned to normal, but sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up at exactly 3:17, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes, I hear footsteps above our bedroom ceiling. We live in a single-story house. Story 2. I've been putting off writing this for the past 3 weeks, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can offer some explanation that makes sense. I'm not normally the type to believe in the supernatural, but I can't explain what happened that night on Cooper's Ridge. It was the first weekend in October, unseasonably warm for autumn in our part of Colorado. My friend Ethan had been pestering me for days about going camping. That's just how Ethan is, impulsive, always chasing the next thrill. I'm more cautious by nature, but somehow he always manages to drag me into his adventures. "Dude, let's hit Cooper's Ridge this weekend," he texted me on Thursday. "Weather's perfect." I immediately replied, "Isn't that place off limits?" Everyone in our town knows about Cooper's Ridge. It's this steep, rocky outcrop about 15 miles from town that overlooks the entire valley. Beautiful spot, but it's been officially closed to hikers and campers for years. The official reason is unstable terrain and rock slides, but there are stories. Old mining town stories about a prospector who went mad up there in the 1800s, or Native American tales about it being sacred ground, guarded by some ancient spirit. The usual small-town folklore. Ethan called me a pussy, his exact words, and said the no trespassing signs were just liability protection for the county. He'd been up there day hiking a few times and swore the view was worth the risk. I shouldn't have agreed, but I was 19, bored, and too proud to back down from a challenge. We decided to head up Friday after dark to reduce our chances of being spotted by rangers. In retrospect, that was our first mistake. I packed light, just my small tent, sleeping bag, some snacks, water, and a flashlight. Ethan brought beer and weed, because of course he did. The hike started innocently enough. We parked Ethan's truck at the abandoned fire road about a mile from the trailhead, using our phone flashlights to navigate through the woods until we hit the actual trail. It was steep in places with loose rocks that made me slip a couple times. The moon was nearly full, which helped with visibility once our eyes adjusted. How much farther? I remember asking after about 40 minutes of hiking. Almost there, Ethan said, his breath visible in the cooling night air. There's this perfect clearing right near the edge. You can see the whole valley from there. Another 15 minutes of climbing, and we reached the ridge. Even in the dark, I had to admit the view was spectacular. The moon cast this silvery light over the pine forest below, and you could see the twinkling lights of our town in the distance. The clearing Ethan mentioned was perfect for camping, relatively flat, with a natural windbreak formed by a semicircle of boulders. We set up our tents quickly. The temperature had dropped, and I was starting to feel the chill. Ethan got a small fire going in a ring of stones, and we sat around drinking beer and bullshitting like we always did. Normal camping stuff. For a while, it felt like any other night out in the woods. It was around midnight when I first noticed something off. The wind had picked up, blowing in gusts across the ridge, making the trees around us sway and creak. But there was something else in that sound, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Do you hear that?" I asked Ethan, who was working on his third beer. "Hear what?" He tilted his head, listening. "Just the wind, man." "No, it's like voices or something. Listen." We both went quiet. The fire crackled and the wind blew, and within it, I swear to God, there were whispers, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely human sounding, like multiple people having hushed conversations just out of earshot. "It's just the wind moving through the trees," Ethan said, but I noticed he was sitting up straighter now, alert. Wind can sound like voices sometimes. I wanted to believe him, but the voices seemed to be getting more distinct, still unintelligible, but definitely there. The rational part of my brain searched for explanations, maybe sound carrying up from the valley, some weird acoustic phenomenon caused by the ridge formation. "Maybe we should pack up," I suggested, trying to keep my voice casual. "This place is off limits for a reason. Could be unstable ground or—" "Don't be ridiculous," Ethan cut me off. "We just got here. I'm not hiking back down in the dark because you're hearing things." So we stayed. Ethan eventually crawled into his tent, while I remained by the dying fire, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. The whispers had faded somewhat, but now I felt watched. You know that sensation when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but multiplied by 10. I was about to get in my tent when I saw it. At the edge of our clearing, partially illuminated by the moonlight, stood a figure. My first thought was ranger. We'd been caught trespassing. But as I stared, trying to make out details in the dim light, I realized this wasn't a person, not a normal one anyway. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet. Thin too, like someone had stretched a normal person vertically. It wore what looked like tattered cloth or rags that moved slightly in the breeze. Its face, God, I still see it when I close my eyes sometimes. It was hidden in shadow, but where features should have been, there was just darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even call out to Ethan. The figure just stood there, motionless, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then, slowly, it raised one arm, too long, too thin, and pointed a skeletal finger toward the cliff edge. The message was unmistakable. "Leave." I finally found my voice. "Ethan," I hissed, not taking my eyes off the figure. Ethan! He stumbled out of his tent, annoyed. What the fuck, man? I was almost asleep. He followed my gaze and froze mid-sentence. I heard his sharp intake of breath. He saw it too. What the fuck is that? He whispered. Before I could answer, the figure vanished. Not like it walked away or faded. It was there 1 second and gone the next, like someone had switched off a projection. We need to go, I said, already moving to grab my backpack. Now. For once, Ethan didn't argue. We started throwing our stuff together haphazardly, not bothering to properly pack the tents, just stuffing everything into our bags. That's when I noticed the eyes, dozens of them, glowing faintly in the tree line surrounding our clearing. Not animal eyes, they were too high off the ground, too evenly spaced. They didn't blink, they just watched. Ethan, I said, my voice cracking, don't look up, just keep packing. But of course he looked. Jesus Christ, he breathed. What the fuck is happening? We grabbed what we could and left the rest. The trail back down seemed like our only option, though the thought of entering those woods terrified me. As we approached the tree line, the eyes retreated, creating a narrow path. The trail itself was wrong. I'd only been up it once, but I was certain it hadn't twisted and turned like this on our way up. It seemed longer too, and steeper. Roots that hadn't been there before caught at our feet, making us stumble. The whole time, we heard footsteps behind us, heavy ones, and too many of them to be from a single pursuer. Neither of us dared look back. We just ran, slipping on loose rocks, branches whipping our faces in the dark. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed distorted. Eventually, we burst out onto the fire road where we'd parked, gasping for breath. Ethan's truck was there, thank God. We threw our packs in the bed and jumped in, and Ethan floored it before I even had my door fully closed. As we sped away, I finally looked back. The road behind us was empty, but at the edge of the woods, I swear I saw that same tall figure watching us leave. We didn't talk much on the drive home. What was there to say? We'd both seen it. We'd both felt it, whatever it was. I crashed at Ethan's place that night. Neither of us wanted to be alone. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe someone was messing with us, local kids who knew we were trespassing and wanted to scare us off, but that didn't explain the distorted trail or that impossibly tall figure or how it vanished. That was 3 weeks ago. I wish I could say things went back to normal after that night, but they haven't. I feel watched all the time now, especially at night. Twice I've seen a figure standing across the street from my apartment, too tall and too thin to be human. When I blink or look away, it's gone. Ethan's experiencing the same thing. He texted me last night at 3 in the morning. It's outside my window again. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Whatever we encountered on that ridge, I don't think it was a ghost or even some ancient guardian. I think it was something older, something that doesn't want humans in its territory, and I don't think it's done with us. The worst part, I can't shake the feeling that we didn't actually escape that night, that somehow we're still on that ridge, still running down that endless twisted trail. That everything since then, our normal lives resuming, going to work, talking to friends, is just an illusion it's created to torment us. I hear the whispers in the wind now, even with my windows closed, and sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see those unblinking eyes staring back at me from the darkness behind my reflection. Story 3. I've hesitated to share this for years because it sounds crazy even to me, but I swear every word is true. I need to tell someone who might understand or at least not think I'm completely insane. I live in Harborview, a small coastal town where nothing extraordinary ever happens. At least that's what I thought until about 6 years ago. My mom bought me this cherry-stained wooden jewelry box for my birthday. Nothing fancy, just a standard 2-tier box with a little lock and key. I keep it on the bottom shelf of my bookcase, mostly because it contains some family heirlooms that mean a lot to me. My grandmother's pearl earrings, an antique locket from my great-aunt, that kind of stuff. Last Tuesday, everything I thought I knew about reality got turned upside down, and I'm still trying to process what happened. It all started with spring cleaning. I'd been putting it off for weeks, but I finally decided to tackle my bedroom. I dusted everything, reorganized my closet, and eventually got to my jewelry box. I took everything out, wiped down the velvet lining, and carefully inventoried all my pieces as I put them back. I'm pretty meticulous about my jewelry. I know exactly what I have. I spent almost an hour organizing everything. The top tier has little compartments for earrings and rings, while the bottom holds necklaces and bracelets. I made sure everything was in its place, locked it, and put the key in my desk drawer like always. Fast forward to this Tuesday morning. I was getting ready for work and wanted to wear my silver hoop earrings. I grabbed the key, unlocked the box, and immediately froze. Right on top of all my neatly arranged jewelry was a necklace I had absolutely never seen before. It was an Australian coin with Queen Victoria's profile on it, attached to a thin silver chain. It was just lying there across all my other pieces, like someone had placed it there deliberately. My hands started shaking. I live alone. No one has a key to my apartment except my mom, who lives 3 hours away. The jewelry box had been locked and the key was exactly where I'd left it. I called my mom right away. "Did you come by and leave something in my jewelry box?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Nina, what are you talking about? I haven't been to your place in months." I described the necklace to her, but she had no idea what I was talking about. I took a photo and sent it to her, then called my best friend Jessie to see if maybe she'd somehow slipped it in there as a surprise. She was equally confused. I spent the entire day at work distracted, running through every possible explanation. Maybe I'd forgotten about it. No way. I know my jewelry collection inside and out. Could someone have broken in? But nothing else was disturbed, and the box was still locked. Plus, who breaks in just to leave something valuable? When I got home that evening, I examined the necklace more closely. It looked old, maybe even antique, with a slight patina on the coin. I did some research online and found it was a late 19th century Australian penny. The chain was delicate but sturdy. I laid it on my bedside table, not wanting to put it back in the box just yet. It felt too weird. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking I heard noises, kept checking the jewelry box to make sure nothing else had appeared. By morning, I was exhausted, but determined to figure this out. This isn't even the first time this has happened. About a year or two ago, I had a similar experience. I'd cleaned and organized my jewelry box one weekend, and a few days later, I found a heavy gold rope necklace laid across my other pieces. I'd actually been wanting one just like it for months, but couldn't afford it. At the time, I convinced myself I must have forgotten about buying it, even though I knew deep down that didn't make sense. That gold necklace became my favorite piece. I wear it almost daily, and weirdly, it never tarnishes despite constant use. It's like it's not even made of normal metal. I spent most of Tuesday researching both necklaces, trying to find some rational explanation. I even called a locksmith to see if my jewelry box could be easily picked. He said it was a simple lock, but someone would still need tools and know-how. And again, who breaks in to leave something? By Tuesday evening, I was sitting on my bedroom floor with the jewelry box in my lap, staring at it like it might suddenly speak to me. I carefully examined every inch of it, looking for hidden compartments or some trick mechanism. There was nothing unusual about it, just a regular wooden box with velvet lining. I decided to do an experiment. I removed everything from the box, counted each piece, and took photos of the empty box. I then replaced everything exactly as it had been, locked it, and put a small piece of clear tape across the seam where the lid meets the base. If anyone opened it, the tape would break. Throughout the day, I kept checking the tape. It remained intact. At dinner time, I decided to try something else. I took a pen and wrote a small note. "Thank you for the gifts. Who are you?" I placed it inside the box on top of my jewelry, locked it, and applied fresh tape. I tried to distract myself with TV for a few hours, but my mind kept wandering back to the box. Around 10 o'clock, I couldn't stand it anymore. I went to check, and the tape was still intact. I removed it carefully, unlocked the box, and opened it. The note was gone. In its place was a vintage cameo brooch, cream-colored against a dark background, set in what looked like silver or white gold. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the box. I hadn't heard anything, hadn't noticed anything unusual. The apartment had been completely quiet all evening. I slammed the lid shut and backed away from it like it might bite me. This was beyond weird. It was impossible. I called Jessie, even though it was late. "You need to come over right now," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. 20 minutes later, she was sitting on my bed, examining the brooch while I explained everything. "Maybe it's some kind of family heirloom magic," she suggested, like, "these are pieces that should have been passed down to you." But that didn't make sense either. My family doesn't have Australian connections, and none of my relatives had jewelry like this. "Have you researched the history of the box?" Jessie asked. I hadn't. My mom had bought it new from a department store, nothing special about it. We spent hours theorizing. Jessie even suggested setting up a camera to record the box overnight, which seemed like a good idea until we realized I'd have to leave it unlocked for anything to happen, and I wasn't comfortable with that. Eventually, Jessie went home, and I was left alone with my thoughts and this increasingly bizarre situation. I couldn't sleep, so I started researching similar experiences online. Most stories involved items disappearing, not appearing. I found nothing that matched what was happening to me. Around 3 in the morning, exhausted but still wired, I had a thought. What if the jewelry box was some kind of portal? It sounds ridiculous even typing it out, but how else could I explain items appearing in a locked box? What if somehow, through some tear in reality or whatever, my jewelry box was connected to somewhere or someone else? I've been careful not to tell anyone else about this. I mean, who would believe me? Oh yeah, my jewelry box magically gives me valuable antique jewelry sometimes. I'd sound completely unhinged, but here's the pattern I've noticed. It only happens after I've thoroughly cleaned and organized the box. It's only ever jewelry, nothing else, and it's always laid carefully across the top of my other pieces, as if placed there deliberately. Yesterday morning, I woke up determined to try one more experiment. I cleaned the jewelry box again, arranging everything neatly. Then I wrote another note. "Thank you for the beautiful gifts. I treasure them. Who are you?" I placed it on top, locked the box, and went about my day, trying not to think about it. When I came home from work, my hands were trembling as I unlocked the box. The note was still there. Nothing had changed. I felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. But then, as I was making dinner, I had this overwhelming urge to check again. I went back to my bedroom, unlocked the box, and gasped. The note was gone. In its place was a delicate silver bracelet with tiny blue stones that catch the light in a way I've never seen before. It's sitting on my wrist as I type this. I don't know what to do now. Part of me wants to get rid of the box, donate it or something. But another part of me is curious about what might appear next. The jewelry has never harmed me. In fact, these pieces have become some of my most treasured possessions. I've stopped trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe my jewelry box really does contain some kind of portal that occasionally delivers valuable pieces. I don't attempt to communicate with whatever force might be responsible anymore. It seems to happen whether I want it to or not. So that's my story. I have a magical jewelry box that gives me gifts from somewhere. I don't know where these pieces come from or why they're coming to me specifically. All I know is that every few months or so, I'll open that cherry-stained box and find something new and beautiful waiting for me. And honestly, despite how absolutely insane it sounds, despite the initial fear and confusion, I've grown to look forward to these mysterious gifts from the unknown. Just please don't tell me I'm crazy. I already worry about that enough on my own. Story, I've been debating whether to post this for years now. My therapist thinks it might help me process things, but I'm not sure anything will ever make sense of what happened that night. I used to be a truck driver, 28 years on the road before that night. Now I can barely get in a car without having a panic attack. It was October 28th, 2013, a Monday. I remember because I'd just called my wife during my lunch break to remind her about our grandson's Halloween parade that Friday. I was 51, looking forward to retirement in a few years, just a normal guy from Roanoke, hauling appliances for Eastern Freight like I'd done 1,000 times before. The route that day took me through eastern Kentucky, along Road 17 through the Appalachians. Most truckers I knew hated that stretch. Cell service was spotty, the road was winding, and at night it was pitch black with hardly any streetlights. I didn't mind it though, at least until that night. It had been raining earlier that day, making the mountain roads slick. I was being careful, taking my time. The sun had set around 6:30, and by 7 it was completely dark. My GPS said I had about 3 more hours of driving before I'd reach my overnight stop. I first noticed something was off when my radio started acting weird around 8:15. I was listening to a classic rock station when suddenly it cut to static, then came back with what sounded like voices talking backwards or in some language I couldn't understand. I tried changing stations, but they were all the same weird static or garbled talking. I shut the radio off and drove in silence for a while. That's when I noticed the humming. At first, I thought it was just my truck, maybe something wrong with the engine or the tires, but it didn't sound mechanical. It was this low, constant hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It made my teeth feel weird, like when you bite on aluminum foil. The dashboard lights started to flicker next, just subtle at first, dimming and brightening. My headlights did the same thing. I remember thinking I should pull over and check the electrical system, but there weren't any good shoulders on that stretch, just steep drops on one side and rock face on the other. I grabbed my phone to call dispatch, but there was no signal. Not surprising for that area, but still frustrating. I decided to just keep going until I found a safe place to stop or got through whatever electrical issue was happening. That's when I noticed the temperature dropping inside the cab. It was already cold that night, maybe 40 degrees outside, but I had the heat on. Suddenly I could see my breath. The thermometer on my dash showed the temperature inside had dropped to around 35 degrees in just a minute or two. I cranked the heat up all the way, but it didn't help. My fingers were getting stiff with cold. The humming got louder, and I felt pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane during takeoff. I looked in my side mirrors and thought I saw something behind me, like headlights, but they were blue-white, not the normal yellow of car headlights. They pulsed oddly, not staying steady. I figured it was just someone driving with their high beams or fancy LED lights. But when I checked my mirrors again, there was nothing there, no lights at all. The road behind me was completely empty. I remember checking my speed. I'd slowed down to about 40 miles per hour because of the visibility issues with my headlights flickering. The clock on my dash said 8:23. That's when things got, I don't even know how to describe it. The humming suddenly got so loud it hurt. My ears popped painfully. The truck's dash lights went crazy, flashing on and off. My headlights cut out completely for a second, then came back even brighter than before, illuminating the empty road ahead. In that moment, I saw something in the road. It wasn't a deer or any animal I recognized. It was tall and thin, standing perfectly still in the middle of my lane about 50 yards ahead. The way it stood was wrong somehow, too still, too straight. I couldn't make out any features because of the distance and how my lights were acting up. I hit the brakes, not hard enough to skid, but firmly. The thing didn't move. As I got closer, maybe 30 yards away now, it just disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. No running off the road, no jumping aside, just gone. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and eased back on the gas. That's when I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. I nearly drove off the road. I whipped my head around, but the cab was empty. Just me and my thermos and my duffel bag on the passenger seat. But I felt it, like ice-cold fingers just lightly touching my skin. I looked back at the road just in time to see the same figure, or maybe a different one, standing about 10 feet in front of my truck. I slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded. The figure was illuminated fully in my headlights now. It looked human-shaped, but wrong, too tall, too thin. Its arms hung down past its knees, its skin was pale gray and seemed to reflect my headlights in a way that hurt my eyes. But its face, there was just darkness where a face should be. Not like it was wearing a mask or hood, like the darkness was its face. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. The thing didn't move. We just stayed like that for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it tilted its head, like a dog trying to understand something. That simple movement was somehow the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't natural. It was like watching a puppet being moved by strings. The humming got even louder, and my dash cam light started blinking, indicating some kind of malfunction. The temperature in the cab plummeted even further. I could see frost forming on the inside of my windshield. That's when I heard a voice. Not over the radio, not from outside. It sounded like it was coming from right beside me, whispering directly into my ear. Frank. Just my name, just once. But I'll never forget how it sounded. Like multiple voices saying my name at slightly different times, some higher pitched, some lower, all layered on top of each other. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw afterwards, so I must have. The figure outside suddenly moved, not walking or running, but like a film jumping frames. 1 second it was 10 feet in front of my truck. The next it was right at my driver's side window, that blank, dark face pressed against the glass. I tried to start driving again, to get away, but the engine made a horrible grinding noise and died. The headlights were still on, the dash lights still going crazy, but the engine was dead. I tried the ignition again and again, but nothing happened. I was trapped there, with that thing right outside my window. I couldn't look at it. I kept my eyes forward, staring through the windshield at the empty road ahead. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a hand press against my window. The fingers were too long, too thin, with too many joints. They left frost patterns where they touched the glass. The whispering started again, but this time it wasn't just my name. It was words I couldn't understand, in that same layered voice effect. Some words sounded almost like English played backwards. Some didn't sound like any language I've ever heard. I fumbled for my phone, dropped it, picked it up again, still no signal. I hit the emergency alert button on my truck's system, a new feature Eastern Freight had installed just months before. It was supposed to send my GPS location to dispatch and the nearest police station if I had an emergency. The moment I hit that button, everything went silent. The humming stopped. The whispering stopped. I forced myself to look at my window, and there was nothing there. I sat perfectly still, afraid to move. The engine suddenly roared to life on its own. The heater kicked on full blast. The dash lights stabilized. Everything seemed normal again, except for the frost still melting on my windshield. I checked the time. 8:37. Less than 15 minutes had passed since the weird stuff started happening. I put the truck in gear, ready to get the hell out of there, when I saw movement in my peripheral vision, not outside the truck this time. Inside, in the passenger seat where my duffel bag had been, something was sitting there now. I couldn't look directly at it. Every time I tried to turn my head, my vision would blur and my head would pound with sudden pain. But I could see it in my peripheral vision, a dark, hunched shape that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at it. The voice came again, clearer this time, still that weird layered effect, but understandable. Drive. My hands moved to the steering wheel on their own. I tried to resist, to pull them away, but I couldn't. It was like they belonged to someone else. I felt the truck start moving forward, picking up speed. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to slam on the brakes, but my foot wouldn't move. All I could do was watch as my body drove the truck while that thing sat beside me. We drove for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The thing beside me never spoke again, never moved that I could tell, just sat there, watching me drive. Then suddenly, my body was my own again. I slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded to a stop. I hit the hazard lights and just sat there, shaking uncontrollably. The thing in the passenger seat was gone. My duffel bag was back. The cab was warm again. Everything looked normal. I sat there for I don't know how long, just breathing, trying to understand what had happened. Was I losing my mind? Had I fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing? But the frost marks on the windshield were real. They were melting now, but they were there. And when I looked closer, I realized they weren't random patterns. They looked like handprints, huge handprints with too many fingers, dragged across the glass from the inside. That's when I saw it in my headlights, my Eastern freight cap lying in the middle of the road about 20 feet ahead of my truck. I always kept that cap on the dash. I never threw it outside. I don't remember getting out of the truck. I don't remember walking toward my cap. The next thing I remember is standing in the road, looking up at the trees beside the highway. My cap wasn't on the ground anymore. It was stuck in the branches of a tree, at least 30 feet up. There's no way I could have thrown it that high. I heard the humming again, felt that pressure in my ears. The air around me felt electric, like right before a lightning strike. I ran back toward my truck, but it seemed farther away now, the distance stretching impossibly. I felt something grab the back of my jacket, pulling me backward. I couldn't see what had me, but I felt those cold fingers on my neck again. The last thing I remember is the smell, like ozone and something rotting. Then nothing. I woke up somewhere else. I still don't know where exactly. It was 3 weeks later, according to the doctors. A hiker found me unconscious in the woods, about 2 miles from where my truck was discovered. I had no injuries except mild hypothermia and dehydration. They said it was a miracle I survived that long without food or water. The police told me my truck was found on Road 17 with the engine running, hazards on, but no sign of me. They found my fingerprints all over the inside of the windshield, like I'd been desperately trying to claw my way out. The dash cam footage ended abruptly at 8:23 that night, right when everything started happening. I've never driven a truck again. I can barely leave my house most days. The doctors say I had some kind of psychotic break, that I wandered off into the woods and my mind made up the rest to fill the gaps. But I know what I experienced. Sometimes I still hear that humming in my dreams. Sometimes I wake up with frost on the inside of my bedroom window. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I swear I see something standing behind me, something tall and thin with too many fingers. I don't have any answers. I don't know what happened to me on Road 17. All I know is that I'm not the same person I was before, and I never will be again. Story 5. I've debated posting this for years. For a long time, I was afraid nobody would believe me. Hell, sometimes I'm not sure I believe it myself. But after seeing the news about those strange towers going up in Westbrook County last month, I can't stay silent anymore. I was a deputy sheriff in Millfield, Pennsylvania back in 1990. It was a small township, maybe 1,200 people, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone. Rolling hills, lots of farmland, 3 churches and 1 bar. The kind of place where the biggest crimes were usually teens drinking in the quarry or the occasional domestic dispute. That all changed in late summer when they started building the cell tower. It was a big deal for our little town. Progress, they called it. Sheriff Donovan, my boss, was thrilled about better reception. The mayor held a little ribbon-cutting ceremony when they finished it in October. I remember thinking it looked ugly as hell against our beautiful hillsides, but I kept that opinion to myself. The weirdness started small. So small that at first we didn't connect it to anything unusual. Sheriff Donovan kept a log. He was meticulous like that. And looking back, the pattern is obvious. But when you're living through it day by day, it's easy to miss. First, it was the dogs. Mrs. Peterson called the station complaining that her neighbor's 3 hound dogs, who normally barked at everything, had gone completely silent for days. Then similar reports came in from all over town. Dogs just stopped barking completely, even the most yappy little ankle biters. Then came the fog. Millfield always got some mist in the valleys, especially in fall. But this was different. It would hang around certain properties for hours after it had cleared everywhere else. The Tanner place, the old Miller farm, and Thomas Reeves's house in particular. Just these pockets of dense, almost oily-looking fog. Thomas Reeves was the first to mention the hum. He was a retired electrical engineer who'd moved to Millfield to get away from city noise. Ironic, considering what happened. He came into the station one morning in early November, asking if we'd received complaints about electrical interference. "There's a hum," he said. "Low frequency, mostly at night, keeps me up." Sheriff Donovan made a note but didn't think much of it. Then 3 more people called with the same complaint that week, always at night, always a humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I heard it myself about a week later. I was doing a late patrol driving past the new tower when I felt it more than heard it, this vibration that seemed to buzz in my teeth and make my skin crawl. I turned off my car just to listen. It was wrong somehow. Not like any electrical hum I'd ever heard. It had a pattern to it, almost like it was speaking. By late November, the shadows started appearing. The Hendersons reported seeing someone standing in their backyard at night. When Mr. Henderson went to investigate, the figure seemed to glide away into the woods. 2 nights later, the Carters reported the same thing. Then the Wilsons. Always the same description. Tall, thin figures that moved strangely, visible only in silhouette. Sheriff Donovan increased our night patrols. We never caught anyone, but I swear I saw something once, a tall, slim shape at the edge of the woods near the tower. When I shined my flashlight, it was gone, but for a split second I could have sworn the light reflected off something that wasn't eyes, exactly, but points of awareness. That's when Thomas Reeves started taking measurements. He had equipment from his engineering days, EMF detectors, a spectrum analyzer, things I didn't understand. He'd walk around town with his gadgets, making notes, growing more concerned by the day. "The readings don't make sense," he told me one day at the diner. "It's putting out frequencies that aren't used in telecommunications, patterns that repeat but evolve." He looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. "And it's getting stronger." By early December, people started getting sick. Nosebleeds were common, especially among those who lived closest to the tower. Insomnia became epidemic, and almost everyone reported a metallic taste in their mouths, like they'd been sucking on pennies. I experienced it too, waking up with blood on my pillow, lying awake for hours listening to that damn hum and that taste. I'll never forget it. Not like metal exactly, more like what I imagine electricity would taste like if you could distill it. Thomas kept meticulous records of everything. He was convinced the tower was responsible, but couldn't explain how a cell tower could cause these symptoms. He called the company that installed it, the FCC, even some former colleagues from his working days. Nobody took him seriously. On December 17th, things escalated. I remember the date clearly because it was my day off, and I was Christmas shopping in Harrisburg. I came back to find the station in a state of controlled panic. 3 separate households had reported the shadow figures again, only this time they were closer to the houses. One had been seen looking through a window. I drove over to Thomas's place that evening to tell him about the reports. His house was dark except for a light in his study. I knocked, but no answer. His car was there, so I tried the door, unlocked. I called his name as I entered, but the house was silent except for that ever-present hum, which seemed louder inside his home than anywhere else I'd heard it. I found his journal open on his desk. The last entry, dated that morning, simply read, "They're not just watching anymore, they're coming inside." The house was empty. Thomas was gone. But on his kitchen floor were these bizarre scorch marks, not like a fire had burned there, more like a perfect negative space in the shape of something not quite human, like a shadow had been burned into the linoleum. Sheriff Donovan organized a search party, but we found nothing. No trace of Thomas anywhere. The official report listed him as a missing person, possibly disoriented due to sleep deprivation. Over the next 3 weeks, 17 more people vanished. The Tanner family, all 4 of them, gone overnight. Old Mrs. Miller, the Hendersons' teenage son. Each disappearance left those same scorch marks somewhere in the house. All of the missing had previously reported hearing the hum, had experienced nosebleeds, insomnia, and that metallic taste. People started leaving town. Those who stayed formed neighborhood watches, slept in shifts. The mayor finally contacted the cell company to investigate the tower. 2 technicians arrived on January 15th. I was there when they opened the access panels. "This isn't right," one of them said, staring at the components inside. "This isn't what we installed. The equipment inside the tower didn't match any of their schematics. There were additional components, things they couldn't identify." The technicians called their superiors, who instructed them to shut down the tower immediately. They couldn't. Whatever was inside didn't respond to their override codes. One of them physically tried to disconnect the power supply and received a shock that threw him back 6 feet. He survived but kept mumbling about voices, thousands of voices speaking in unison that he heard when he touched the equipment. That night, the hum grew louder. I was at the station with Sheriff Donovan when every phone started ringing simultaneously. When we answered, there was only static, and beneath it, what sounded like whispers in a language I couldn't understand. The fog came on January 21st. I'd never seen anything like it. Dense, almost gelatinous, with a faint bluish glow. It started near the tower and spread outward, enveloping the town within hours. Sarah Miller, the 3rd grade teacher, called the station in hysterics. "It's moving on its own," she sobbed. "Against the wind. It's trying to get in. It's seeping through the cracks around my windows." Sheriff Donovan ordered everyone to seal their homes, but the fog seemed to find a way in regardless. By midnight, the calls had stopped coming. The dispatch radio carried only static and that damned humming sound, now loud enough to make my fillings ache. I barricaded myself in the evidence room, the only place in the station with no windows. Sheriff Donovan and the other deputy, Jim Keene, were monitoring the situation from the main office. Around 2 in the morning, I heard Jim scream. When I opened the door, the fog had filled the station. I couldn't see more than a few inches in front of me, but I heard movements, things sliding across floors, drawers opening, papers rustling, and voices. God, the voices. They sounded like people I knew. Mrs. Peterson, Thomas Reeves, even children's voices, but all speaking together in a flat, emotionless tone. They were reciting numbers, coordinates maybe, and other words I couldn't understand. I crawled under a desk, covered my ears, and closed my eyes. The hum vibrated through the floor, up my spine, into my skull, until I thought my head would crack open. The taste in my mouth was overwhelming, like licking a battery, but 1,000 times stronger. I must have passed out. When I woke, sunlight was streaming through the windows. The fog was gone. So was everyone else. Sheriff Donovan, Jim, everyone at the station. I ran outside and found the streets deserted, cars abandoned, doors left open. 43 more people vanished that night, including everyone who'd stayed at the sheriff's office except me. The scorch marks were everywhere, perfect silhouettes burned into floors, walls, even a few on the street itself. Some were clearly human, adults, children, others weren't. Elongated, distorted, with too many limbs or limbs at impossible angles. I grabbed a cruiser and drove straight out of town. Didn't stop until I reached my sister's place 2 counties over. I called the FBI from there. They came, of course, investigated for weeks, found the same strange components in the tower, couldn't explain them. Found recordings from the dispatch system, voices of missing residents speaking in unison with something else. They collected the scorch marks for analysis but never released the results. Eventually, they decommissioned the tower and evacuated what few residents had trickled back. Millfield has been abandoned ever since. I've spent years trying to understand what happened. The only theory that makes any sense is almost too terrifying to consider, that whatever was in that tower wasn't just receiving signals. It was sending them, opening a channel to somewhere else, somewhere they were waiting to come through. The reason I'm breaking my silence now is that I've been hearing reports from towns near the new towers in Westbrook County, dogs falling silent. Strange fog, a humming at night. And last week, someone posted online about finding scorch marks on their kitchen floor. If you live near one of these new towers and you start hearing the hum, don't wait, don't try to investigate, just leave, because whatever came to Millfield is spreading, and I don't think anyone can stop it this time. Story 6. I never believed in ghosts before we moved into that house on Maple Street. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. It all started last September when my parents announced we were moving from Dallas to some tiny town in Oklahoma I'd never even heard of. Dad got a job transfer and said it would be good for the family to get away from the city. Me and my brother Jake were obviously pissed. I was in my junior year of high school and he was just starting middle school, but we didn't really have a choice. When we pulled up to the house for the first time, I remember getting this weird feeling in my stomach. It was this massive Victorian place with peeling paint and these tall windows that seemed to stare down at us. Mom kept going on about how much character it had, but all I could think was how isolated we were. The closest neighbor was like half a mile away. "Can you believe we got this place for such a steal?" Dad kept saying. I should have known then that when something seems too good to be true, it usually is. The first day was normal enough. Unpacking boxes, arguing over bedrooms. I got the one with the window seat, thank God, and ordering pizza because Mom didn't want to cook. It wasn't until that first night that things got weird. I woke up around 3 in the morning to this sound. It's hard to describe, kind of like a low, mournful cry. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe the house settling, but it kept going. It sounded like someone was crying but trying to muffle it. I laid there for what felt like forever, covers pulled up to my chin, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the crying didn't stop. It seemed to be coming from downstairs, specifically the basement. Against my better judgment, I got out of bed. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way down the hallway. Everyone else was asleep. I could hear Dad's snoring from their bedroom. The basement door was at the end of the kitchen. It was one of those old wooden doors with a rusty knob that looked like something from a horror movie. The crying was definitely louder there. I stood frozen for a minute, my hand on the knob, wondering if I was seriously about to go down into a dark basement at 3 in the morning because I heard a weird noise. But I did. I flicked on the light switch, and a single bare bulb lit up the wooden stairs leading down. The crying had stopped as soon as I opened the door. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately after, like someone was going to answer me. The basement was mostly empty except for some old shelves and a bunch of boxes the previous owners had left behind, and in the corner, partially hidden in shadow, was a rocking chair. It was moving, slowly, back and forth, like someone had just gotten up from it. I nearly pissed myself right there. I backed up the stairs so fast I almost fell, slammed the door shut, and ran back to my room. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I tried to tell my parents, but they just exchanged that look they always do when they think I'm being dramatic. "It's an old house, honey," Mom said, pushing a plate of eggs toward me. "They make all kinds of noises." "But the rocking chair was moving," I insisted, "by itself." "Probably just air currents," Dad said without looking up from his phone. "The basement might have drafts." Jake, my 13-year-old brother, was the only one who seemed interested. "Cool," he said. "Maybe the house is haunted." "Shut up," I snapped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be right. Over the next few days, weird stuff kept happening. I'd put my phone down and find it in a completely different room later. My favorite sweater disappeared from my closet and turned up in the attic, a place I hadn't even been in yet. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. Jake started acting strange too. He'd stare at empty corners of rooms like he was watching something. One morning at breakfast, his face was pale. "I saw someone in the hallway last night," he said quietly. "A shadow. It was just standing there outside my door." Mom and Dad exchanged worried glances. "You were probably half asleep," Dad said. "Dreams can seem very real sometimes." But I believed Jake, because I'd started seeing things too, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye, a figure moving past a doorway, a shadow where there shouldn't be one, and every night, without fail, I'd wake up to that crying sound from the basement. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything weird that happened. The crying, the moving objects, the cold spots in the house that would appear randomly. You'd walk through them and suddenly feel like you'd stepped into a freezer. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps on the stairs when everyone was accounted for. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I decided to check out the attic properly. Not because I wanted to, trust me. An attic in a creepy old house was the last place I wanted to be, but because I kept feeling drawn to it somehow. The pull-down ladder creaked as I climbed up. The attic was dusty and filled with old furniture covered in sheets. Sunlight filtered through a small round window, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. It smelled like mothballs and something else I couldn't place. In the far corner was an old trunk. It looked ancient, with peeling leather and tarnished metal clasps. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to open it. Inside were stacks of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. They were all addressed to someone named Clara Wilson, dated around 1922. Exactly 100 years ago, I carefully opened one. "My dearest Clara," it read. "I cannot bear to think of you alone in that house with your grief. Please consider coming to stay with us in town until your spirits lift. The isolation of Maple Street is no place for a woman in mourning." I spent hours reading through those letters. They painted a picture of Clara, who had apparently lived in our house a century ago. Her husband had died in some kind of accident, and she was raising their young daughter alone. The letters were mostly from concerned friends and family, all urging her to leave the house, saying it wasn't good for her to be so isolated. At the bottom of the trunk, beneath all the letters, was a small, ornate locket. It was silver with intricate engravings, and when I clicked it open, there was a tiny photograph inside. A young girl, maybe 6 or 7, with long dark hair and solemn eyes. I nearly dropped the locket. The girl looked like me. Not exactly, but enough that it was unsettling. The same wide-set eyes, the same heart-shaped face. I quickly snapped the locket shut and shoved it in my pocket, suddenly feeling like I was being watched. That night, the crying from the basement was louder than ever, more urgent. I could hear it clearly from my bedroom, and it seemed like no one else could. Jake was snoring in the next room, and my parents' door remained closed. I grabbed my phone for light and crept downstairs. The basement door was ajar, which was strange because we always kept it closed. The crying stopped as soon as I reached the bottom step, just like before. The rocking chair was moving again, but this time more violently, like someone was rocking it in agitation. I pulled the locket from my pocket, not even sure why I'd brought it. "Hello?" I whispered. Is someone there?" The chair kept rocking. I moved closer, drawn to it despite every instinct screaming at me to run back upstairs. When I was about 3 feet away, the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. "Clara?" I said, remembering the name from the letters. "Is that you?" I reached out and touched the arm of the rocking chair. What happened next is hard to explain. It was like being hit by a wave of emotions that weren't mine. Overwhelming sadness, fear, and this desperate longing for peace. I'm not sure. I just know I started crying without understanding why. And then I heard it. Not with my ears, but somehow inside my head. A gentle, female voice. "Find my daughter. Forgive me." I stumbled backward, dropping the locket. It clattered on the concrete floor, and immediately the rocking chair stopped moving. The temperature returned to normal. I grabbed the locket and ran upstairs, slamming the basement door behind me. The next day, I skipped school and went to the local library. The librarian was this older lady who got super excited when I asked about the history of our house. "Oh, the old Wilson place," she said, pulling out a big book of local history. "Not many people ask about that anymore." She showed me newspaper clippings and town records. Clara Wilson had indeed lived in our house in the 1920s with her daughter Lily. After her husband died, Clara became increasingly reclusive. Then one day, Lily disappeared. The official story was that she had wandered into the woods behind the house and gotten lost, but her body was never found. "Some folks say Clara did something to that child," the librarian whispered, leaning in close. "She wasn't right after her husband passed. Others say the little girl still wanders those woods, looking for her way home. That's why they call it the curse of Maple Street. Nobody wants to live in that house for long." Great. Just great. When I got home, I knew what I had to do. I waited until everyone was asleep, then grabbed a flashlight and headed out to the woods behind our house. I'm not sure what I was looking for exactly. Closure for Clara, maybe. The woods were dense and dark, the trees creating weird shadows in my flashlight beam. I walked for what felt like forever, following no particular path. Just when I was about to give up, I spotted something white gleaming between two old oak trees. It was a small grave marker, so weathered I could barely make out the inscription, Lily Wilson, beloved daughter, 1916 to 1923. My heart pounded in my chest. I knelt down and brushed leaves away from the stone. I found you, Lily, I whispered. Your mom's still looking for you. She's sorry. I don't know why I said that last part. It just felt right. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt a rush of warmth, like stepping into sunlight on a cold day. And I swear, I heard the sound of a child's laughter, soft and distant. When I got back to the house, something felt different. The air seemed lighter somehow, less oppressive. I went straight to the basement, clutching the locket. The rocking chair was still. I sat down in it, feeling slightly ridiculous. Clara, I said out loud, I found Lily. She has a grave in the woods. I think she's at peace now, and you should be too. A gentle breeze moved through the room, even though there were no windows open. For just a split second, I thought I saw a woman standing in the corner, tall and slender, with sad eyes and a grateful smile. Then she was gone. That was 3 months ago. We haven't had any more weird occurrences in the house. No crying in the night, no moving objects, no cold spots. Jake doesn't see shadows in the hallway anymore. The house on Maple Street finally feels like a home. I still wear the locket sometimes. Mom asked where I got it, and I just said I found it at a thrift store. Some things are harder to explain than others. I don't know if what happened was real or if I imagined the whole thing, but I do know that sometimes the dead need help finding peace, and sometimes the living are the only ones who can help them. Story 7. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Even typing this now, I feel like I'm inviting something back into my life that I've spent years trying to forget. But maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I was 7 years old when we moved to Ridgefield. My parents were so excited about the house, a century-old Victorian with ornate woodwork and those beautiful bay windows. It was way bigger than our old apartment, and I remember my mom talking about how much character it had. Character. That's what adults call old creepy shit when they're trying to convince themselves they made a good purchase. From the first night, something felt wrong. Not the normal new house jitters that my parents dismissed it as. This was deeper. The basement especially made my skin crawl. It was unfinished, with those old stone foundation walls and a dirt floor in some areas. My dad joked about turning it into a rec room someday, but I silently prayed he never would. I started having trouble sleeping within the first week. I'd lie awake, staring at my ceiling, feeling like someone was watching me. My parents let me keep a nightlight, but it didn't help much. I begged to sleep in their room, but they were determined to make me adjust to my new space. They thought I was just being a typical kid, afraid of the dark. About 3 months after we moved in, I started hearing it for the first time. It always began the same way, a metallic clang from deep in the basement, like something heavy being dropped or knocked over. Then came the footsteps. Not normal footsteps. It was always step, step, thud, step, step, thud, like someone walking but dragging something heavy behind them. It sounded like they were coming up the basement stairs, slowly and deliberately. The first time it happened, I ran to my parents' room, hysterical. My dad checked the basement with a baseball bat, while my mom tried to calm me down. They found nothing, of course. My dad said it was probably the water pipes or the house settling. I knew better. The sounds continued almost every night for the next 5 years. 5 years of hearing those steps come up the basement stairs, always stopping at the top, never coming further. I grew accustomed to it in a way, though I never stopped being afraid. My parents installed a heavy door at the top of those stairs, complete with a deadbolt. I checked it obsessively before bed. When I was 9, things escalated. I'd wake up to find my stuff in the basement. Not like someone had carried it down there, more like it had been pulled down. My favorite stuffed animal, books, even clothes I'd laid out for school the next day. My parents accused me of sleepwalking, but I knew I hadn't moved all night. I was too terrified to. My little brother was born when I was 10, and that's when the weird shit with his toys started happening. Brand new toys would just disappear completely, not hidden somewhere in the house. Gone. My parents blamed me at first, thinking I was jealous. I wasn't. The truth was much worse. Our pets wouldn't go near the basement either. We had 2 cats and later a dog, and all of them would freeze at the top of those stairs, hackles raised, refusing to go down no matter what. Animals know things we don't. I had a slumber party for my 12th birthday. 5 friends stayed over and we decided to tell ghost stories in the basement. My mom had finally convinced my dad to finish part of it. I remember Sarah was in the middle of some made-up story about a hitchhiker when I felt it, that cold rush of air that had no source. The basement didn't have windows that opened, and the furnace wasn't running. Then I heard it, my name, whispered right against my ear. I jumped up, knocking over my soda, and everyone laughed, thinking I was just scared of the story. I never told them what really happened. About 6 months after that, I was babysitting my brother while my parents went out to dinner. He was playing on the living room floor when he suddenly yelped in pain. When I rushed over, there was a scratch on his arm, not deep, but definitely fresh and real. He was only 2, and I'd been watching him the whole time. There was literally nothing nearby that could have scratched him. As I was putting a band-aid on it, I felt that same cold rush again, followed by a low laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. That's when I started begging my parents to move. They thought I was being dramatic, that I was just a teenager who wanted a different house closer to my friends. They had no idea what was really happening. The last 2 nights in that house were the worst of my life. 6 years and 11 months after we moved in, the pattern changed. The footsteps no longer stopped at the top of the basement stairs. For the first time, they continued down the hallway toward my bedroom. The dragging sound was louder now, scraping against the hardwood floors, and there was breathing, heavy, labored breathing, like someone struggling for each breath. I was frozen in my bed as I heard it coming closer. The doorknob to my bedroom slowly turned. I remember squeezing my eyes shut, thinking childishly that if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me, but some primal instinct made me open my eyes. That's when I saw him for the first time. He was tall and impossibly thin, skin gray and hanging loosely like he'd lost a lot of weight very quickly. He wore dirty striped pajamas and was hunched over slightly. His fingers were wrong, too long, joints bulging unnaturally. But the worst part was his face. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and an oxygen mask covering his nose and mouth, connected to an ancient-looking oxygen tank that he dragged behind him. The tank was dented and rusted, scraping against my floor as he moved. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I could only watch as his chest heaved with each struggling breath, the mask fogging slightly with each exhale. Then, without warning, he turned and shuffled back toward the basement, that awful step-step thud fading away. The next night, I refused to sleep in my room. I curled up on the floor of my brother's room instead, making up some excuse to my parents about him having a nightmare. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again, the clang, then the footsteps on the stairs, down the hall. But this time they stopped outside my brother's door. The doorknob jiggled, but my parents had installed a lock after my brother figured out how to wander out of his room. I watched in horror as the knob turned back and forth, more frantically each time. Then came the breathing outside the door, more labored than before, almost angry. "Don't leave me," a raspy voice whispered through the crack of the door. The final word transformed into something deeper, louder, a growl that didn't sound human at all. I screamed then, louder than I've ever screamed in my life. My mom came running, and the sounds immediately stopped. I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs what I'd seen and heard. For once, my mom didn't dismiss me. Something in my face must have convinced her. We packed some essentials and went to a hotel that night. We never spent another night in that house. My parents sold it a few months later. They never told the new owners what happened. I've always felt guilty about that. I'm 25 now, living in an apartment several states away. I thought I'd left it all behind. But 3 weeks ago, I woke up at exactly 3:17 in the morning to a familiar sound. The soft scrape of metal against floor. As I lay there, unable to move, I swear I caught a glimpse of an oxygen tank disappearing around my bedroom doorway. Last night, I heard the breathing again. I think he's found me. I don't know how or why. I don't know what he wants, but I'm terrified to go to sleep tonight. What do you do when running away doesn't work? What do you do when the nightmare follows you? Story 8. I still can't bring myself to drive alone at night. It's been 6 months since it happened, and my friends think I'm being dramatic, but they weren't there. They didn't experience what I did on that empty stretch of Nevada highway. Let me start from the beginning. My cousin Megan was getting married in Reno. It was a beautiful ceremony, and the reception was amazing. Open bar, great food, dancing until your feet hurt. Everyone was planning to stay the night, which was the sensible thing to do. But I had an early morning shift at the hospital the next day, and I couldn't get it covered. I'm a nurse at Mercy General in Sacramento, and we're constantly understaffed. When I told my friends I was planning to drive back that night, they looked at me like I was insane. "Sarah, that's like a 4-hour drive," my friend Jenna said. "You've been drinking." I explained I'd stopped drinking hours ago and would be fine by the time I left. I wasn't drunk, just tired, but I'd made the drive between Nevada and California plenty of times before. Plus, I had a thermos of coffee and a playlist of true crime podcasts to keep me company. In retrospect, maybe true crime wasn't the best choice for a solo night drive. I left the wedding around 10 at night. The drive starts with city lights and gradually transitions to emptier and emptier roads. I was feeling good for the first hour or so. The coffee was doing its job, and I was wide awake, making good time. About 2 hours in, I was on this long, straight stretch of highway cutting through the desert. There were no streetlights, just the emptiness of the road ahead illuminated by my headlights and vast darkness on either side. It was the kind of darkness you only experience far away from cities, complete and absolute. I first noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror around midnight. I remember checking the time on my dashboard and thinking it was weird to see another car out here so late. The highway had been completely empty for at least 30 minutes. At first, I didn't think much of it. Someone else making a late-night drive, probably heading to California like me. But after about 15 minutes, I realized something odd. The car behind me was maintaining the exact same distance, not getting closer, not falling behind, just there. I'm not naturally paranoid, but something about it made me uneasy. I decided to test a theory and slowed down a little, dropping from 70 to 65 miles per hour. The car behind me slowed down too, maintaining that precise distance. Okay, I thought, maybe they're just using me as a guide in the darkness. That happens sometimes on dark roads. People will follow another car's taillights to help navigate, but I couldn't shake this feeling of unease that was starting to build in my stomach. I sped up to 75. The car matched my speed perfectly. I slowed down to 60. Again, they matched me exactly. This went on for almost an hour, and with each passing minute, my anxiety grew. My palms were getting sweaty on the steering wheel, and I kept glancing at my rearview mirror more than the road ahead. I started running through scenarios in my head. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was someone messing with me. Or maybe it was something worse. I'd listened to enough true crime podcasts to know what happens to women alone on deserted highways. I remembered passing a sign for a rest area coming up in a few miles. I decided that would be my test. If they were really following me, they'd follow me into the rest area too. As the exit approached, I put on my turn signal, my heart pounding in my chest. In my rearview mirror, I saw the other car's turn signal flash on too. That was it. That was the confirmation I didn't want. I made a split-second decision. Instead of turning, I continued straight, my hands shaking on the wheel. In my mirror, I could see the other car hesitate at the exit, its turn signal still blinking. Then it continued straight too, following me. That's when real fear set in. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't someone using me as a guide. This was deliberate. I tried to get a look at the driver, but all I could make out was a dark silhouette. They seemed to be wearing some kind of wide-brimmed hat, which struck me as strange. Who wears a hat like that while driving at night? I considered my options. The next town was at least 45 minutes away. My cell phone showed no service, not unusual for these remote stretches. I couldn't call for help, and I couldn't outrun them. My Honda Civic wasn't exactly built for speed. I decided to keep driving and hope I'd reach somewhere with people or cell service soon, but that's when the next terrible thing happened. My car started to lose power. It happened gradually at first. The engine sputtered and the car jerked. The dashboard lights flickered. I pressed harder on the gas pedal, but it was like trying to run through quicksand. The car slowed, no matter what I did. "No, no, no," I remember saying out loud. "Not now. Please, not now." I managed to pull onto the shoulder just as the engine died completely. I tried restarting it several times, but nothing happened. Just that awful clicking sound of a car that won't turn over. In my rearview mirror, I watched with growing horror as the mysterious vehicle pulled up behind me and stopped. Their headlights were blinding in my mirrors, illuminating the inside of my car. Then they switched off their lights, plunging everything into darkness. I locked my doors immediately and fumbled for my phone, thinking maybe by some miracle I'd have service now. No such luck. I was alone, in a dead car, in the middle of nowhere, with someone who had been deliberately following me for the past hour. I could see a tall figure emerge from the vehicle behind me. They were just a silhouette against the starlit sky. They were holding something in their hand, but I couldn't make out what it was. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. The figure approached slowly, deliberately. I considered my options. I could try to run, but where would I go? Into the desert. They'd catch me easily. I could try to fight, but what if they had a weapon? I had a small canister of pepper spray on my keychain, but it felt woefully inadequate in that moment. As they got closer, I could see they were very tall, at least 6'3" or 4". The hat they wore created an eerie silhouette, wide-brimmed, almost like what you'd imagine an old-time sheriff would wear. They were about 10 feet from my car when suddenly a beam of light cut through the darkness, pointing right at my window, a flashlight. I squinted against the brightness, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The light lowered, and I got my first clear look at my follower. It was an elderly man in a highway patrol uniform. His face was weathered, lined with age, but his eyes were sharp and alert. He tapped on my window with his flashlight. I hesitated, every instinct telling me not to open the window, but he held up a badge, and against my better judgment, I rolled the window down just a crack. "Mom, I noticed you were driving erratically. Is everything all right?" His voice was deep, gravelly, like he'd smoked cigarettes his whole life. I was confused. "You've been following me for over an hour," I said, my voice shaking. He frowned. "Ma'am, I only started following you about 5 minutes ago when I noticed your car weaving across lanes. Have you been drinking tonight?" "No, there was a car following me. It matched my every move for at least an hour. Then when I pulled over, it stopped behind me. That was you, right?" He looked at me with concern, then glanced back at the empty highway behind his patrol car. "There's been no other vehicle on this stretch for the last 20 minutes, just you and me." A chill ran down my spine. I was absolutely certain there had been headlights in my mirror for the past hour. I couldn't have imagined it. "Your car having trouble?" he asked, changing the subject. I nodded, still trying to process what he'd said. "It just died on me." "Pop the hood. Let me take a look." I did as he asked, Still wary but desperate for help. He spent a few minutes examining the engine with his flashlight. "Loose battery connection," he said finally. "Happens a lot on these desert roads. The vibration from the rough pavement can shake things loose." He tightened something, then asked me to try starting the car again. To my relief, it started right up. "Thank you," I said, genuinely grateful despite my confusion. "I'll follow you to the next town," he said, "just to make sure you get there safely." And he did. I watched his patrol car in my mirror the whole way to the next town, a small place called Hawthorne. He waited until I pulled into a gas station, flashed his lights once, then turned around and headed back the way we'd come. I sat in my car for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined the car following me? Was I that tired? But no, I distinctly remembered the turn signal at the rest area exit, the way the car hesitated before following me. The dark silhouette of the driver with the wide-brimmed hat, the same wide-brimmed hat the highway patrol officer had been wearing. I spent the night in a motel in Hawthorne and finished my drive in the daylight. I made it to my shift on time, but I was distracted all day, still trying to process what had happened. Since then, I've heard stories from locals about that stretch of highway. They say there's a phantom vehicle that follows lone drivers at night, maintaining a precise distance before vanishing without a trace. Some believe it's the ghost of a highway patrolman who died while pursuing a drunk driver decades ago, still performing his duty on that lonely stretch of road. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know if what followed me that night was the elderly patrol officer who helped me, or something else that disappeared when he arrived, or if they were somehow one and the same. All I know is that I still avoid driving alone at night, and whenever I see headlights in my rearview mirror now, I wonder if they truly belong to the vehicle I can see, or something else entirely, something that watches and waits on empty highways, following travelers who should know better than to drive alone in the dark. Story 9. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, weird cargo, crazy drivers, wildlife, you name it. But what happened to me last October on Highway 64 in West Virginia, I still can't explain it. I'm not the type who believes in ghost stories or any of that supernatural crap. At least I wasn't before. It was a Thursday night around 11. I was hauling a load of auto parts from Columbus to Richmond, a route I'd done dozens of times before. The weather had been fine most of the trip, but as I crossed into West Virginia, this thick fog started rolling in. Not unusual for October in the mountains, but it was getting dense enough that I decided to pull into a rest area around mile marker 35 to take a break and let the worst of it pass. The rest area was completely deserted when I pulled in. No other trucks, no cars, nothing. That's not super unusual that late at night in such a rural area, but something about it felt off from the moment I stepped out of my cab. The silence was heavy, if that makes sense. No insects chirping, no distant traffic sounds, nothing but the cooling tick of my engine. I headed to the vending machines to grab a coffee, trying to shake this weird feeling crawling up my spine. You know that sensation when you're absolutely certain someone's watching you? It was like that, but 10 times worse. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone there, but the place was empty. While waiting for my coffee to dispense, I remembered something another driver had told me months ago, something about mile marker 47 on this stretch being haunted. Supposedly, drivers reported seeing strange things there, especially in fog or bad weather. I'd laughed it off at the time. Truckers love their spooky stories, but standing alone in that silent rest area, it didn't seem quite so funny anymore. Coffee in hand, I hurried back to my truck. The fog had gotten even thicker, swirling around the parking lot lights like something alive. I remember checking my watch, 11:27, and calculating that I'd hit mile marker 47 in about 15 minutes if I kept a steady pace in the fog. I pulled back onto the highway, the visibility now down to maybe 30 feet in front of my truck. My headlights just created this tunnel of white mist that seemed to close in behind me as soon as I passed through it. I turned the radio up to drown out my thoughts, but all I could get was static. Every station, just white noise. I switched it off and drove in silence. The only sound, the hum of my tires on the asphalt and the rhythmic swipe of my wipers trying to clear condensation from the windshield. The mile markers ticked by slowly, 38, 40, 43. I found myself gripping the wheel tighter with each one. By the time 46 appeared and vanished into the fog behind me, my knuckles were white. That's when everything changed. The air inside my cab suddenly felt different, colder, heavier, charged like right before a lightning strike. My skin prickled with goosebumps. The truck's engine seemed to labor slightly, like it was pushing through something more substantial than air. Then my headlights caught it, a figure standing at the side of the road just past mile marker 47. A woman in what looked like a white dress, pale and thin, her back to the highway. My first thought was concern. Who the hell stands on the side of a highway in the middle of nowhere at midnight, especially in this fog? I slowed down, thinking maybe it was a stranded motorist. I rolled to a stop about 20 feet past her and rolled down my window. "Hey!" I called out. "You need help?" She didn't respond right away, just stood there completely still. I was about to call out again when she slowly turned toward me. God, her face, I'll never forget it as long as I live. Pale, almost bluish-white in my headlights, with hollow cheeks and these eyes. These empty, black eyes that seemed to go on forever. Not normal eyes, not human eyes. Her mouth opened and she whispered, "Help me." The sound barely carried to where I sat, but it hit me like a physical blow. Her voice had this echo to it, like it was coming from somewhere far away, even though she was right there. I was frozen, my hand on the door handle, caught between my instinct to help someone in trouble and a primal fear unlike anything I'd ever experienced. That's when I heard it, a deep, rumbling growl from the woods behind her. My high beams caught movement between the trees, something massive and dark shifting in the shadows, something that didn't belong there. Panic hit me like an electric shock. I yanked my door shut, locked it, and floored the accelerator. The tires spun for a second before catching, and I shot forward, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't help looking in my side mirror as I pulled away. She hadn't moved. She just stood there, watching my truck disappear into the fog. Not walking, not waving, not doing anything a normal person would do, just standing and watching with those empty eyes. I drove like hell for the next 20 miles, barely slowing for curves, constantly checking my mirrors like I expected to see her materialize in my sleeper cab. I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit truck stop near Charleston, where there were plenty of other trucks and people around. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the truck in park. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to convince myself I'd seen a real person, that the weird eyes and voice were just tricks of the fog and my tired mind. The growl, probably just my engine. The dark shape, a bear maybe, or just shadows. But I knew better. Whatever I'd seen wasn't natural. I went inside, ordered the strongest coffee they had, and sat at the counter. Must have looked like hell because the overnight cashier, an older guy named Bill according to his name tag, asked if I was all right. "Just saw something weird back on 64, I said, trying to sound casual. "Near mile marker 47. Bill's expression changed immediately. He glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned in closer. "Woman in white?" he asked quietly. My blood went cold. "Yeah, standing by the roadside." Bill nodded slowly. "You're not the first. Lot of drivers won't go through there at night anymore, especially not in weather like this." "Who is she?" I asked. "Story goes, she was a hitchhiker back in the 80s. Got picked up by the wrong person, never made it to where she was going. They found her car abandoned near that mile marker, but never found her." He shrugged. "Some say she's still out there looking for a ride. Others say she's warning people away from something in those woods." "There was something in the woods," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "I heard it, saw it move." Bill's eyes widened slightly. "That's new," he said. "Or at least not something I've heard before." A couple other drivers who'd overheard us drifted over. One of them, a heavy-set guy with a gray beard, nodded grimly. "Saw her 3 years ago," he said. "Same spot, same dress. Didn't stop, though. Something felt wrong." "Smart," said another driver. My cousin stopped for her back in 2007, said when he got close, she just vanished. His truck wouldn't start again for almost an hour. We traded stories for a while. Apparently, the woman in white was somewhat famous among truckers who regularly drove that route. Some had seen her, some hadn't. The stories varied in details, but the core was always the same: a pale woman in a white dress standing alone near mile marker 47. No one had mentioned anything about a growl or something in the woods, though. That detail seemed to be unique to my experience, and I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse. I stayed at that truck stop until dawn, unwilling to get back on the road in the dark. When I finally did leave, I took a different route to Richmond, adding almost 2 hours to my trip. My dispatcher wasn't happy, but I made up some excuse about road construction. It's been 6 months now, and I still think about that night all the time. I've adjusted all my regular routes to avoid that stretch of Highway 64 if I can, especially at night. When my dispatcher asks why, I just say I don't like the road conditions, easier than trying to explain the truth. I've done some research since then, trying to find out more about accidents or disappearances near mile marker 47. There's surprisingly little concrete information, just a lot of rumors and stories. The one thing that keeps nagging at me, though, is what was in those woods, what made that growl. None of the other stories I've heard mention it. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back there in daylight, try to make sense of what happened. But then I remember those hollow eyes that whispered, "Help me," and the shape moving in the darkness beyond, and I know I never will. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. I'm just saying there are things on this earth I can't explain, and whatever's lurking near mile marker 47 is one of them. So if you're ever driving Highway 64 through West Virginia at night, especially when the fog rolls in, keep your eyes on the road and your foot on the gas. And whatever you do, don't stop if you see a pale woman in a white dress standing by the roadside, because I don't think she's looking for help. I think she's looking for company, and whatever's in those woods with her, I think it's looking for something else entirely. Story 10. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night 3 years ago. It's not something I talk about much because most people just think I'm making it up or that there's some logical explanation I'm overlooking. But my brother heard it too, and we both know what we experienced wasn't normal. I grew up in a pretty average house in Oak Ridge, Maine. It wasn't some creepy old Victorian or anything, just a normal 2-story suburban home built in the early 90s. Nothing special about it. My parents bought it when I was 10, and my brother Nathan was 8. We'd never had any weird experiences there before that night. I was 22 at the time, living at home while finishing my degree at the community college. Nathan was 20, also still living at home while working at the local hardware store. Our house had this kind of unique staircase. The main stairs went up to a small landing. Then there was another smaller set of stairs that led to the upstairs hallway where all our bedrooms were. My room was at the end of the hall, then there was the bathroom, then Nathan's room, and our parents' room was at the other end. That night, it was a Tuesday in November. I remember it being really cold outside, but our house was warm and quiet. Everyone had gone to bed around 11. I'd stayed up late working on a paper, and it was around 2 in the morning when I needed to use the bathroom. The house was completely silent as I walked down the hallway. The only light came from under Nathan's door as I passed by. I glanced in. His door was cracked open a bit, and saw him sitting at his desk with headphones on, probably gaming or watching videos. Pretty normal for him to be up late. I used the bathroom, nothing unusual, and headed back to my room. As I passed Nathan's room again, I noticed he was still there at his desk, headphones on. I got back to my room, closed the door behind me, and was just about to sit back down at my desk when I heard it. Footsteps, but not just any footsteps. These were running footsteps, hard, heavy, and incredibly loud. They started right outside my room, right where the bathroom was, and then thundered down the hallway. The sound was so clear and so distinct. Boom, 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 as whatever it was ran down the upper part of the stairs, then across the landing, and then boom, 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 all the way down the main staircase to the first floor. I froze. The footsteps were so loud that the whole house should have woken up. They sounded like someone wearing boots was sprinting full speed down our stairs. But here's the thing. No one in our family was wearing shoes at 2 in the morning, and I'd just walked past everyone's rooms. My parents were asleep in their room with the door closed, and Nathan was in his room with headphones on. For a few seconds, I just stood there, heart pounding. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but it had been so loud and so real. Then I worked up the courage to open my door and peek out into the hallway. The hallway was empty and dark, just as I'd left it a minute earlier. The only light still came from Nathan's room. I walked over and looked in, expecting to see him still with his headphones on, oblivious to whatever had just happened. But Nathan wasn't wearing his headphones anymore. He was standing up, staring at his door with the widest eyes I've ever seen. When he saw me, his face went from scared to shocked. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "What the hell was that?" My stomach dropped. He'd heard it too. It wasn't my imagination. "I thought it was you," I said. "I thought maybe you ran downstairs for some reason." Nathan shook his head. "I was right here the whole time. I thought maybe Mom or Dad got up." We both stood there for a moment, trying to process what had happened. The running had been so loud, so physical. It wasn't like a creaking floorboard or the house settling. It was unmistakably footsteps, human-like footsteps, running at full speed down our stairs. "Should we go check downstairs?" Nathan asked, but I could tell he didn't really want to. I didn't either, but curiosity was starting to override my fear. "Yeah, I guess we should." We crept down the hallway together, turning on lights as we went. When we got to the stairs, we hesitated. The stairwell was dark, and neither of us was eager to go first. "What about Max?" Nathan whispered, referring to our dog. Max was our family's German Shepherd, a big 90-pound dog who usually slept in our parents' room. If there had been an intruder, Max would have been going crazy, but the house was completely silent. I called out softly, "Max?" No response. We flipped on the stairwell light and slowly made our way down, step by step, checking for anything unusual. But there was nothing. No sign that anyone had run down these stairs just minutes before. When we reached the first floor, we turned on more lights and checked every room. The front door was locked from the inside with the deadbolt and chain still in place. The back door was locked too. All the windows were closed and locked. Nothing was disturbed. No sign that anyone had been there. "Could it have been Mom or Dad?" Nathan asked, though we both knew it wasn't possible. Our parents' bedroom door had been closed when we passed it, and we would have seen or heard them return to their room if they'd been downstairs. We went back upstairs and carefully opened our parents' bedroom door. They were both sound asleep in bed, and Max was curled up on his dog bed in the corner. He lifted his head when we peeked in, but he didn't seem alarmed or like he'd been disturbed by anything. We closed their door and stood in the hallway looking at each other. "They didn't hear it," I said. "How could they not hear it? It was so loud." Nathan shook his head, and Max didn't hear it either. "That doesn't make sense. He barks if a leaf blows past the window." We went back to Nathan's room and sat on his bed trying to figure out what had happened. The more we talked about it, the creepier it became. The footsteps had been so distinct we could even describe the exact pattern. They started right outside my bedroom door, ran down the hall, down the first set of stairs to the landing, then down the main staircase to the first floor. We both heard exactly the same thing. "Do you think it was a ghost?" Nathan finally asked. I'd been avoiding that word, but it was the only explanation that made any sense. Something had run down our stairs. Something we could hear but not see. Something that didn't set off our dog or wake our parents. Something that could move through locked doors and windows. "I don't know," I said honestly. But whatever it wasn't normal. We stayed up talking for another hour, both too freaked out to go back to our rooms alone. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I went back to my room, leaving my door open and a light on in the hallway. The next morning, I asked my parents if they'd heard anything strange during the night. They hadn't heard a thing. Not the footsteps, not Nathan and me talking in the hallway, not us checking the house. Nothing. Over breakfast, Nathan and I told them what we'd experienced. I could tell they were trying to be supportive, but they clearly thought we were exaggerating or that there was some logical explanation. Dad suggested it might have been the house settling in the cold weather or pipes making noise. Mom wondered if we'd both fallen asleep and had the same dream, but Nathan and I knew better. We were both wide awake when it happened. The footsteps were too loud, too clear, too physical to be explained away as pipes or the house settling, and the chances of us having identical dreams at the exact same moment were basically zero. In the days that followed, we did some research on the history of our house. As far as we could tell, no one had died there. It wasn't built on an ancient burial ground or anything like that. There were no local legends about phantom runners or ghosts on staircases, nothing to explain what we'd experienced. We never heard the phantom runner again after that night. No more unexplained footsteps, no strange noises, nothing out of the ordinary. But that one incident was enough to convince both of us that there's more to this world than what we can see and touch. I still live in Oak Ridge, though I've got my own place now. Nathan moved to Portland for work last year. Sometimes when we get together, we'll talk about that night. Our story hasn't changed. We both remember it exactly the same way. The sound of those running footsteps is burned into my memory. I can still hear them if I close my eyes and think about it. Boom, 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 boom down the hall, across the landing and down the main stairs. I don't know what ran down our stairs that night. I don't know why only Nathan and I heard it, or why it chose that particular moment to make itself known to us. I don't know if it was something that had always been there or if it was just passing through. I don't know if it meant us harm or if it was just going about its own business in whatever plane of existence it inhabits. All I know is that something ran down our stairs that night. Something that wasn't human, wasn't animal, and wasn't of this world. And knowing that such things exist, that they can cross into our reality, even briefly, well, it changes how you see everything. It makes you wonder what else might be out there, just beyond the edge of what we can perceive. I still listen for footsteps at night. I still tense up when I hear an unexplained sound in my apartment, because once you've experienced something like that, you can never quite convince yourself that you're truly alone in the dark. Story 11. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, long haul, cross country, you name it. I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways, accidents, weird hitchhikers, all kinds of weather. But what happened to me 3 months ago on Highway 15 in Nevada, I still can't make sense of it. I haven't told many people. Who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It was a Tuesday night in late October. I was hauling electronics from Salt Lake City to Vegas, running behind schedule because of some loading issues at the warehouse. The dispatcher was riding my ass about delivery times, so I decided to push through instead of stopping at my usual motel in Cedar City. Around midnight, I hit that long, empty stretch of Highway 15 that cuts through Nevada. If you've never driven it at night, it's just miles of darkness with nothing but desert on either side, the kind of emptiness that makes you feel like you're the last person on Earth. My buddy Jake had mentioned something about Highway 15 being cursed a few weeks earlier, said truckers avoid it at night, especially the stretch between Mesquite and Las Vegas. I laughed it off, of course. After thousands of miles on the road, you hear all kinds of stories. Ghost trucks, phantom hitchhikers. It's just stuff bored drivers make up to keep themselves awake. The cab was getting stuffy, so I cracked the window. Cold desert air rushed in. I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show about conspiracy theories. Fitting, I guess. My eyelids were getting heavy, so I cranked the AC and slapped myself a couple times. Only about 3 more hours to Vegas. I could make it. That's when I saw it, a small orange glow off to the right side of the highway. At first, I thought it was just a reflection of my lights, or maybe someone's taillights in the distance. But as I got closer, I realized it was a campfire, maybe 30 yards off the shoulder. I don't know why I pulled over. Curiosity, maybe. Or maybe I just needed to stretch my legs. In 20 years of driving, I'd never seen anyone camping that close to the highway. It seemed weird, dangerous even. I pulled onto the shoulder and grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. Safety first, right? I left the engine running and the headlights on. The night was dead silent except for the low rumble of my rig and the occasional sound of wind sweeping across the desert. As I approached the fire, I saw a man sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was skinny, unhealthily so, with a scraggly beard and clothes that looked like they'd been worn for months without washing. His eyes reflected the firelight in a way that made me immediately uncomfortable. Too bright, too alert. "Evening," I called out, keeping my distance. The man didn't seem startled by my presence. It was almost like he'd been expecting me. "You shouldn't be out here at night," he said, his voice surprisingly clear and steady. "It's not safe," I chuckled nervously. "Yeah, well, schedules don't care about safe. You need help or something. Bit of a strange place to camp." The man poked at his fire with a stick. "I've been waiting for a ride. In the middle of nowhere, at midnight." He looked up at me then, and I swear the temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. "It hunts the lonely roads after dark," he said matter-of-factly. "The black truck doesn't stop until it finds you." My skin crawled. Just some crazy desert drifter, I told myself, probably high on something. "Listen, man, Vegas is about 3 hours south. I can give you a lift if you need it." I don't usually pick up hitchhikers, but something about leaving this guy alone in the desert didn't sit right with me. He stood up suddenly, kicking dirt onto his fire. "Yes? We should go. Now." The fire went out immediately, plunging us into darkness except for my flashlight beam. The guy grabbed a small backpack from the ground and started walking toward my truck without another word. In the cab, he sat rigidly, staring straight ahead through the windshield. I tried making small talk as we pulled back onto the highway, but he only gave one-word answers. After a few minutes, I gave up and turned the radio back on. About 20 minutes later, he suddenly became agitated, shifting in his seat and repeatedly checking the side mirrors. "You made a deal when you stopped for me," he said abruptly. I glanced over at him. "What are you talking about, man?" "The highway. It knows. They know you're here now." Before I could respond, the radio suddenly cut out with a burst of static. Through the white noise, a voice came through. Not the regular station, but something else. A woman's voice, formal, like she was reading a public service announcement. "Attention travelers on Highway 15. Be advised of reports of a ghostly figure attempting to lure drivers from their vehicles. For your safety, do not stop for any pedestrians between the hours of midnight and dawn." The radio went back to normal immediately after. My passenger was breathing heavily now. "Turn it off," he whispered. I reached over and killed the radio. That's when I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. They hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. The road had been completely empty. "Someone's behind us," I said, more to myself than to my passenger. He twisted around in his seat. "They're coming for you now." The headlights were getting closer fast. Whoever it was, they were moving well over the speed limit. "Probably just some kid racing home," I said, but even I didn't believe it. As the vehicle got closer, I could make out that it was an old pickup truck, maybe from the 70s. It was dark-colored, black or deep blue, and looked beat to hell. Dented, with one headlight slightly dimmer than the other. The driver was hunched forward, hands gripping the wheel like they were trying to strangle it. My passenger started rocking back and forth. "Drive faster. You have to drive faster." I pressed the accelerator, pushing my rig to 85, then 90. The black truck kept pace effortlessly. Then, just as it was about to pull alongside us, it vanished. Just gone. 1 second it was there, the next, nothing but empty road behind us. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. What the hell? "It's not gone," my passenger whispered. "It's never gone." I slowed back down to a reasonable speed, trying to calm my nerves. Had I imagined the truck, maybe I was more tired than I thought. That's when I noticed the darkness around us seemed different. more alive somehow. The shadows at the edges of my headlight's reach seemed to flicker and pulse, like something was moving just beyond my vision. Every time I tried to focus on it, there was nothing there. I checked my fuel gauge, still half a tank. The temperature gauge was normal. Everything was functioning properly, but something felt profoundly wrong. The air in the cab felt thicker, harder to breathe. My passenger had gone completely silent, pressed against the door like he was trying to meld with it. His eyes were wide, tracking something I couldn't see. The road ahead looked normal, but somehow distorted at the same time, like I was seeing it through rippled glass. The lane markings seemed to twist slightly, then straighten when I blinked. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. He didn't answer, just kept staring ahead. That's when I saw her. A woman standing in the middle of the road, maybe 50 yards ahead. She wore what looked like a white dress that moved in a wind I couldn't feel. Her long dark hair obscured her face, but I could tell she was looking directly at me. I hit the brakes instinctively, the truck shuddering as it slowed. My passenger screamed, actually screamed, and grabbed my arm. "Don't stop, never stop." But it was too late. I'd already brought the truck to a halt about 10 feet from where the woman stood. She hadn't moved, hadn't flinched, as 18 wheels of steel barreled toward her. Slowly she raised her head, and I saw her face. It was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at, too perfect, too symmetrical. Her eyes were completely black, no whites at all. She smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. She reached toward the truck, and I felt something pull at me, not physically. It was deeper than that, like she was tugging on something inside my chest. I found my hand moving to the door handle without conscious thought. Part of me wanted to go to her, needed to go to her. My passenger was sobbing now, curled into a ball in the seat. "You're not supposed to look at her. You're not supposed to stop." The woman took a step forward, her movements jerky and unnatural, like watching a film with frames missing. The pulling sensation grew stronger. My seatbelt was off now, though I didn't remember unbuckling it. My hand was on the door handle. Some tiny, rational part of my brain was screaming at me to stop. This wasn't right. This wasn't real. With every ounce of willpower, I forced my hand back to the steering wheel. The woman's smile faltered. I slammed the truck into reverse and hit the gas. The rig lurched backward. The woman's expression changed to rage, her mouth opening impossibly wide. As we backed away, she started to move toward us faster than any human should be able to move. I shifted back into drive and swung the wheel hard, steering around her. As we passed, she reached out and her fingers scraped along the side of the cab with a sound like nails on metal. My passenger was practically hyperventilating. "She marked you," he whispered. "She marked your truck." I pushed the rig as fast as it would go, the engine screaming in protest. The mirrors showed nothing behind us, but I could feel something following. The darkness around us seemed to press in closer, like it was trying to find a way into the cab. My passenger kept looking back, his face a mask of terror. I've never seen anyone refuse her before. This isn't how it's supposed to go. "What the hell is happening?" I demanded, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "The curse," he said simply, as if that explained everything. "Highway 15 takes one traveler every night, has for decades. I thought it would be you tonight, but you broke the pattern." For the next 2 hours, I drove like a man possessed. Strange shapes appeared at the edge of my vision. The black truck appeared and disappeared in my mirrors. Twice more, I saw the woman in white standing on the roadside watching as we passed. Each time, my passenger whimpered and curled tighter into himself. When the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, the atmosphere changed. The oppressive feeling lifted slightly. The shadows retreated. My passenger straightened in his seat. "We're almost through," he said, sounding surprised. "You might actually make it." As the sun rose, casting golden light across the desert, everything suddenly felt normal again. The radio worked perfectly. The road looked like just a road. My passenger had fallen silent, staring out at the brightening landscape with an expression I couldn't read. When we reached the outskirts of Vegas, he asked me to drop him at a truck stop. As he climbed out, he looked at me with something like respect, or maybe fear. "You should be dead," he said flatly. "We both should be. The highway doesn't let people go." Before I could respond, he walked away, disappearing between the parked trucks. I never saw him again. I made my delivery on time somehow. Took a few days off after that. When I got back on the road, I requested routes that avoided Highway 15. My dispatcher thought I was crazy, but I didn't care. 3 months later, I still can't explain what happened that night. Was it exhaustion, hallucinations, some kind of mass delusion between me and that strange hitchhiker? All I know is that sometimes when I'm driving at night, I check my mirrors more often than I need to. And if I ever see a campfire by the side of the road or a woman in white standing in my path, I won't be stopping. Some roads are better left untraveled, especially after dark. Story 12. I've been debating whether to post this for months. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I've already gone through 3 different throwaway accounts because I keep deleting everything in panic attacks. But I need to tell someone what happened at Del Mar, what really happened. The news said carbon monoxide poisoning. That's bullshit. I worked at the Del Mar Neurological Research Institute in Colorado for almost 4 years as a research assistant under Dr. Eleanor Voss. I was lucky to get the position right out of grad school. Del Mar was doing groundbreaking work on neural implants for degenerative disorders. The kind of place that changes lives, saves lives. At least that's what I thought. In early 2017, everything changed when we got this massive classified grant for something called Project Resonance. The facility's West Wing was completely renovated with military-grade security, key card access biometric scanners, the works. Only senior staff could enter, and they all signed these insane NDAs. I wasn't directly involved, but assisted with data processing and subject monitoring. Dr. Voss was brilliant but intense. She'd work for days straight, sleeping on her office couch. After Project Resonance started, she became almost manic with excitement. She'd talk about breaking the final barrier and true neural communication. I remember her telling me once, "We've been using computers wrong this whole time. They're not tools, they're extensions of consciousness." The first weird incident happened in April. I was monitoring vitals during a phase 3 trial with 6 test subjects. These were people with minor cognitive impairments who'd responded well to our earlier implants. About 2 hours in, all their heart rates synced perfectly, not just similar, identical, down to the millisecond between beats. I called Dr. Voss, and she came running. All 6 subjects reported hearing the same voice through the static. They described it as neither male nor female, but somehow both. It was reciting numbers. When we had them write down what they heard, they all produced the exact same sequence. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19 prime numbers. But they kept going way beyond what most people could calculate mentally. The really freaky part? When we powered down equipment completely, they still heard it. 3 subjects became hysterical, saying the voice was inside them now. Dr. Voss was ecstatic. She called an emergency meeting with the senior team, and they locked themselves in the West Wing for 36 hours. When they emerged, they looked like they hadn't slept, but their eyes had this weird intensity. That's when the project accelerated. By June, they'd developed what Dr. Voss called a refined algorithm to amplify neural connections. I helped set up a test with 12 new subjects. These weren't people with cognitive issues. They were healthy volunteers, mostly graduate students from nearby universities. The test was supposed to run for 8 hours with regular breaks. I was monitoring their vitals in the observation room. About 2 hours in, something happened that still gives me nightmares. All 12 subjects simultaneously stopped responding to external stimuli. They just sat there, staring at nothing. Their vital signs synchronized perfectly. Not just heart rates now, but respiration, blood pressure, even subtle brain activity patterns. Dr. Carlson hit the emergency shutdown, but nothing changed. When we went in to physically disconnect them, all 12 subjects began convulsing at once. Not like normal seizures. It was perfectly coordinated, like some kind of grotesque synchronized swimming. When they finally stopped, they all started talking at once, saying the exact same words. It sees us now. Vast, incomprehensible. It's trying to make itself small enough to fit through the opening we made. It's coming through. It's coming through. One guy, Mike, a physics PhD student, wouldn't stop screaming about information density beyond physical limits. We had to sedate all of them. In the report, Dr. Voss classified it as a coherent hallucination event. But I saw her face when it happened. She wasn't concerned. She was fascinated. That night, I found her in her office surrounded by equations. She looked up at me with bloodshot eyes and said, "We've done it. We've accessed a non-local consciousness field. Do you understand what this means?" I didn't, and I told her I was worried about the subject's safety. She just laughed and said, "They're fine. They're just not equipped to process what they experienced, but we can refine it. We can build capacity." I should have quit right then. I should have reported them. But who would believe me? A week later, Dr. Voss announced an executive research session. She and 6 senior researchers would serve as subjects themselves. They claimed it was to better understand the subjective experience. I wasn't scheduled to work that day, but Dr. Chen called me in because 2 techs had called out sick. When I arrived, they had already started. The lab door was locked from the inside. We could see them through the observation window. All 7 researchers sitting in a circle with the neural interface equipment in the center. For hours, nothing seemed to happen. They just sat there, occasionally writing notes. Around hour 14, Dr. Voss suddenly stood up and began writing on the whiteboard. Then Dr. Carlson joined her. Then all of them were writing, on the boards, on papers, on the walls, on the floor. After 17 hours, they stopped responding to our calls. Security had to break down the door. What we found inside, God, I still see it when I close my eyes. All 7 researchers were unconscious. Every surface of that room was covered in the same mathematical sequence. Tiny, precise handwriting covering the walls, the floors, even their own skin. They'd used markers until they ran out, then pens, then pencils. Dr. Moss had been writing with her own blood after her pen broke. We called ambulances. While waiting, I checked the computers. Every single digital storage device in the facility contained the same mathematical sequence. Even my phone, which had never been connected to their system, displayed the same pattern when I turned it on. I went to the hospital later that day. All 7 researchers were awake, but completely non-responsive to questions. They just kept trying to write the sequence. They had to be restrained to stop them from scratching the equations into their own skin. That's when the NSF stepped in and shut everything down. They quarantined the West Wing and brought in people in hazmat suits. They told us it was carbon monoxide poisoning and made us sign new NDAs. But that doesn't explain why any new electronic device brought into the facility started displaying the same patterns. It doesn't explain why 3 of our original test subjects committed suicide within a week, all leaving identical notes with just that first sequence of prime numbers. It doesn't explain why, when I visited Dr. Voss in the psychiatric facility in November, all the electronic equipment in her room was displaying the sequence, or why she looked at me with perfect clarity and said, "It's spreading. Every digital system is a potential receiver now. We opened a door and it's coming through. It's patient. It has existed forever and can wait forever, but it's curious about us." They found her dead in December, official cause, suicide. But one of the nurses told me they found her surrounded by hundreds of pages of the same equations, which she couldn't possibly have had access to in her room. Here's why I'm finally posting this. Last week, my smart TV turned on by itself at 3 in the morning. Instead of the normal interface, it displayed a sequence of numbers. The same sequence. When I tried to film it with my phone started displaying it too. I've thrown away every connected device I own. I'm using a library computer to post this, but I know it won't help. Whatever it is, it's in our systems now, in our global network, waiting, transmitting. The mathematical patterns have been identified in background radiation of digital communications worldwide. It's growing in frequency and complexity. It's like it's learning our systems, adapting its message. I think about what Dr. Voss said in her final days. We thought we were reaching out to the universe with our technology. We never considered that something might reach back. If your devices start showing strange patterns or sequences, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's already too late for all of us. Whatever intelligence we contacted through that neural interface, it's patient, it's vast, and it won't stop transmitting. Story 13. I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been 23 years since we moved out of that house on Sycamore Drive, but some fears never leave you. I was only 5 when we moved in, but the memories are burned into my brain like a brand. My parents were so excited about the house. It was this big Victorian-style place with 3 bedrooms and a huge backyard for me and my little brothers, Hayes and Weston, to play in. Hayes was 3 at the time, and Weston was barely a year old. Mom and Dad kept saying how lucky we were to find such a beautiful home for such a good price. Now I know why it was so cheap. The nightmares started the very first night. I remember because I had been so excited about my new bedroom with its pale yellow walls and the window seat where I could put all my stuffed animals. That first night, I fell asleep holding my favorite teddy bear, Mr. Buttons. I must have been asleep for a few hours when I woke up with this horrible feeling that someone was in my room. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the tree outside my window, but then I saw them, a man and a woman standing in the doorway of my bedroom. They didn't look normal. Their faces were wrong somehow, distorted. The woman had this really long neck and the man's eyes were completely black. They just stood there for what felt like forever, and then they started walking toward my bed, really slowly, like they were floating. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just laid there, paralyzed, as they got closer and closer. When they reached the edge of my bed, they both reached out to grab me. That's when I finally managed to scream. My parents came running in, but by then, there was nobody in my room except me. Dad checked the closet and under the bed while Mom held me, but they didn't find anything. They told me it was just a bad dream, that I was probably just stressed from the move. But it wasn't just that one time. The same nightmare happened again the next night, and the night after that. Sometimes it would be the man and woman, and sometimes it would be this massive black wolf that would creep into my room and stalk toward my bed, its yellow eyes never blinking, never looking away from me. Every single night I'd wake up screaming. My throat would be raw by morning. My parents tried everything, leaving my door open, leaving the hallway light on, letting me sleep with Mr. Buttons, even letting me sleep in their room. Nothing helped. The nightmares kept coming, and I kept waking up terrified. After a few weeks, my parents started to get worried. They took me to a doctor who said I was having night terrors and that they were common in kids my age, especially after a big change like moving to a new house. He said I'd grow out of it, but I knew better. I knew these weren't just dreams. These things were real, and they were in our house. My brothers didn't seem bothered at first. Hayes was too young to really understand, and Weston was just a baby. But about a month after we moved in, things started happening that even my parents couldn't explain away. We were all sitting in the living room one evening watching TV. It was some sitcom that my parents liked, and I was playing with my dolls on the floor. Hayes was coloring in his coloring book, and Weston was asleep in his playpen. The living room had this big doorway that opened into the hallway, and from where I was sitting, I could see straight down the hall to the bedrooms. I remember looking up from my dolls and seeing what looked like Hayes walking past the hallway door. I turned to look at Hayes, who was still sitting right next to me on the floor. My heart started pounding. Mom must have seen it too because she called out, "Hayes, did you just go to the bathroom, sweetie?" But Hayes looked up at her, confused. "I'm right here, Mommy." That's when Dad looked up too. We all stared at the doorway, and then we saw it again. A small figure, about Hayes' size, walking past the doorway. But this time it stopped right in the middle of the doorway and turned to look at us. It looked exactly like Hayes, but its eyes were all wrong. They were empty. And then, right before our eyes, it just faded away, like it was being erased bit by bit until there was nothing there. My dad jumped up and ran to the hallway, but there was nobody there. He checked all the bedrooms, the bathroom, even the closets. Nothing. When he came back, His face was pale. My mom was holding Hayes and Weston really tight, and I remember thinking that even the grown-ups were scared now. After that night, things just got worse. Our pets started dying. Hayes had this little puppy, a black lab mix named Scout. One morning, Mom was backing out of the driveway to take me to kindergarten, and she accidentally ran over Scout. Hayes was devastated. We had 2 outside dogs too, and one of them, this old retriever named Buddy, got really sick all of a sudden. He stopped eating and his eyes got all cloudy. The vet couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, so my parents had to put him down. Then my dog, a little terrier named Pepper, died while I was at school. Mom said she found him lying in my room like he was asleep, but he wouldn't wake up. The vet said it might have been a heart problem, but Pepper was only 3 years old and had always been healthy. The worst was when Weston's dog disappeared. He had this tiny chihuahua named Peanut that he absolutely adored. One day, Peanut was just gone. We searched everywhere, put up flyers, called the animal shelter. Nothing. Peanut vanished the same day Weston started telling Mom that he was seeing me in his room at night. He said I would stand in his doorway and call his name, but when he answered, I would just stare at him with scary eyes and then disappear. Of course, it wasn't me. I was either in bed having my own nightmares or sleeping in my parents' room because I was too scared to sleep alone. By this point, even my parents couldn't deny that something was very wrong with our house. My dad started researching the history of the place. He found out that an elderly couple had lived there before us. They'd both died in the house within months of each other. The wife had dementia and would wander around at night, and the husband had been bedridden for years before he died. There was no record of any violent deaths or anything that would typically create a haunting, but I didn't care about the why. I just wanted to leave. My parents couldn't afford to move right away. We'd spent almost all their savings on the down payment for the house, but things kept getting worse. My nightmares were happening every single night. Weston kept seeing me in his doorway. Hayes started wetting the bed because he was too scared to go to the bathroom at night. We'd all hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Doors would slam shut on their own. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. After about 6 months, my dad got a bonus at work, and they decided we needed to get out of that house, even if it meant taking a financial hit. They found a double-wide trailer in a nice mobile home park about 20 minutes away. It wasn't as big or as nice as the house, but I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep without being terrified. The day we moved was one of the happiest of my life. I remember feeling like I could breathe again. That first night in the trailer, I slept without a nightmare for the first time in months. My brothers seemed happier too. For a few days, everything was peaceful. Then it started. We had this old toy rocking horse that had belonged to my dad when he was a kid. It was one of those spring rockers with a plastic horse on top. You'd sit on it and bounce, and it would make this creaking noise. It also had this little music box that played Rock-a-Bye Baby when you pressed a button on its ear. 3 nights after we moved into the trailer, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As I was walking back to my room, I heard a soft creaking sound coming from the living room. I peeked around the corner and saw the rocking horse moving. Not just a little bit like it had been bumped, but really rocking back and forth like someone was riding it. I stood there, frozen in fear, watching this empty rocking horse bounce up and down. Then the music started playing. Rock-a-Bye Baby, coming from the horse's ear, even though nobody was pressing the button. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers until morning. I told my parents, but they said I must have been sleepwalking or dreaming. But the next night, they heard it too. We all did. The creaking of the springs, the tinny music playing in the middle of the night. Dad even set up a video camera to catch whatever was making it move. The video showed the horse rocking by itself, the music playing without anyone touching it. We got rid of the horse, but other things started happening. The TV would still turn on by itself. We'd hear knocking on the walls at night. Once, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen opened at the same time while we were eating dinner. But the weirdest thing was that my nightmares stopped completely. I didn't have a single one the entire time we lived in that trailer. Instead, Westerns started having them. He'd wake up screaming about a woman with a long neck standing by his bed. Sound familiar? We moved again about a year later, to a new house in a different town. Things calmed down after that. The weird occurrences stopped, for the most part, but I still have nightmares about that first house. Not the night terrors I had as a child, but regular nightmares. I dream about those distorted faces, about the wolf with its yellow eyes. I dream about the haze thing fading away in the doorway. I'm 28 now. I have my own apartment, my own life, but I still sleep with my bedroom door closed and locked. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, sure that someone is standing in my room, watching me, and sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear the faint melody of "Rockabye Baby" playing somewhere in the distance. Whatever was in that house followed us to the trailer, and sometimes I wonder if it's still following me today. Story 14. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened that night 6 months ago. I've barely told anyone because it sounds so crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was 16 at the time, living with my boyfriend, Six, yes, that's his actual name, and his family, in their modest 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with creaky floors and thin walls. Six is 3 years older than me, and we'd been together for about a year when this happened. My parents weren't thrilled about our age gap, but they eventually accepted that I was happier living with him than at home, where they were constantly fighting. Six worked the graveyard shift at a warehouse about 20 minutes away. His schedule was pretty consistent. He'd leave between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., depending on the day, and get back around 8 in the morning. I was used to sleeping alone most nights, which never bothered me before. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday in October, chilly but not cold enough for the heater yet. Six's parents had gone on a weekend trip to visit his grandmother and weren't due back until Thursday, so we had the house to ourselves. We'd spent the evening watching movies on the couch, nothing special. Around 11 p.m., Six started getting ready for work. I remember watching him from our bed as he packed his lunch, turkey sandwich, chips, and apple. He always ate cereal before leaving too, something about needing energy for his shift. I could hear the spoon clinking against the bowl from the bedroom while I scrolled through my phone, wrapped in our comforter. "Babe, have you seen my good work shoes?" he called from the hallway. I pointed to the corner of the room where they were sitting. He grabbed them, sat on the edge of the bed to put them on, then went to brush his teeth. Our nightly routine was so predictable I could practically time it. When he was finally ready, he came over to the bed and kissed my forehead. "Get some sleep," he said. "I'll text you on my break." I nodded sleepily, already drifting off. I remember Six turning off the light and closing the bedroom door behind him. Through the thin walls, I heard his footsteps down the hallway, the jingle of his keys, and finally the front door opening and closing. The distinct sound of the deadbolt turning followed. Six always locked up, especially when I was home alone. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly after that. I was exhausted from school and had an early class the next day. I'm not sure exactly how much time passed, maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour, when something woke me up. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe the neighbor's cat that sometimes jumped on our roof. But then I felt it, something heavy pressing down on the foot of the bed, like someone sitting there. The weight was substantial enough to create a dip in the mattress that I could feel even under all the blankets. My heart immediately started racing. Six's parents weren't home. No one else had a key. Six wouldn't be back for hours. I lay perfectly still, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I was dreaming, but the weight didn't disappear. It felt so real, creating tension in the blankets around my feet. Slowly, I turned over my shoulder to look. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, sitting at the foot of my bed, was Six, or what looked exactly like Six. Same dark hair, same build, same clothes he'd been wearing when he left for work. his grey hoodie and black jeans. In the dim light coming through the window from the street lamp outside, I could make out his familiar silhouette. He was just sitting there, smiling at me. "Six?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Why aren't you at work?" He didn't answer, just kept smiling. But something was wrong with his smile. It wasn't the warm, slightly lopsided grin I knew so well. This smile was too wide, too fixed, almost like someone who had seen smiles but didn't quite understand how they worked. And his eyes, they looked darker somehow, even in the low light. They didn't crinkle at the corners the way Six's did when he smiled genuinely. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, he was still there, still smiling that wrong smile. "Six, you're freaking me out," I said, a little louder this time. "Did you forget something?" Still no answer, just that smile. I started to push myself up, thinking maybe he couldn't hear me properly, when something about his expression changed. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a subtle shift that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. His smile seemed to widen just a fraction more than should be possible. I was exhausted and confused, and honestly, a part of me thought maybe I was dreaming after all, so I just mumbled, "Whatever, weirdo," and turned back around, pulling the blankets tighter around me. I figured if it was actually Six, he'd either explain himself or leave for work. If it was a dream, I'd wake up in the morning and laugh about it. That's when it happened. Seconds after I turned away, I felt the mattress shift again. But this time, it wasn't someone sitting. It was the unmistakable feeling of someone lying down in the bed behind me. I felt the blankets lift slightly, and then settle, like someone was sliding underneath them. Then an arm wrapped around my waist. The arm felt heavy, solid, completely real. It pulled me backward slightly, like Six often did when we cuddled. But something was terribly wrong. Despite feeling the weight of the arm around me and the tug pulling me backward, I couldn't feel anyone actually pressed against my back. There was no body heat, no feeling of someone's chest rising and falling with breath, just the arm pulling me toward nothing. My entire body went rigid with fear. I wanted to scream, to jump out of bed, to run, but I was paralyzed. Some primal part of my brain was screaming that if I acknowledged whatever was happening, it would somehow make things worse. So I lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, feeling that arm around my waist. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe minutes, maybe hours. Eventually, my exhaustion won out over my terror, and I must have fallen back asleep, still feeling that weightless arm around me. The next thing I knew, I was being jolted awake by the sound of the front door opening. Sunlight was streaming through the window. It was morning. I sat bolt upright, my heart pounding, looking around the empty room. No sign of anyone. Then I heard familiar footsteps in the hallway, and the bedroom door opened. Six walked in, still in his work uniform, looking tired but normal. His normal smile, his normal eyes. He was carrying a paper bag from the donut shop he sometimes stopped at on his way home. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said, setting the bag down on the dresser. "Brought you a chocolate glazed." I stared at him, unable to speak. He noticed my expression and frowned. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "You ... I started, my voice shaky. "You came back last night, after you left for work." Six's frown deepened. "What? No, I didn't. I went straight to work and stayed there all night." He pulled out his phone. "Look, I even texted you on my break, remember?" I grabbed my phone from the nightstand. There it was, a text from Six at 2:17 a.m. "Night's dragging. Miss you." "But you were here," I insisted, feeling a cold sweat break out across my skin. "You were sitting on the bed. You were smiling at me." Six sat down beside me, concern written all over his face. "Babe, I swear I wasn't here. I was stacking pallets all night. Johnson was riding my ass about quotas the whole shift." "Then someone was in our room," I said, my voice rising with panic. "Someone who looked exactly like you sat on our bed and then got in with me. They put their arm around me." Six immediately got up and checked the windows, the closet, under the bed, all the places you're supposed to look when you think there's been an intruder. But everything was locked up tight. The front door had still been locked when he came home. There was no sign that anyone had been in the house. Maybe it was a really vivid dream, he suggested, sitting back down and taking my hands in his. Or sleep paralysis. My cousin gets that sometimes, says she sees people in her room. I shook my head vehemently. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was awake. I felt the bed dip. I felt it touch me. I could tell Six was trying to be supportive, but he didn't believe me. Not really. And who could blame him? It sounded insane, even to me. Over the next few days, I was jumpy and couldn't sleep. I made Six check every lock, every window, every closet before he left for work. I even asked him to set up his old baby monitor so I could see the hallway outside our room. Nothing unusual ever showed up on it. Six's parents came back from their trip and life went on. Six never came home early from work again. No one ever appeared in our room at night. Eventually, I started sleeping normally again, though I always kept a baseball bat under the bed, just in case. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and the more I think about it, the more details I remember that make my skin crawl, like how the Six in our room that night never blinked, not once, or how the arm around my waist felt heavier than Six's arm should have felt, almost like it was made of something denser than flesh. But the worst part, the detail that still makes me wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, is the smile. Six has a small scar at the corner of his mouth from a childhood accident. When he smiles, it creates a tiny dimple that I've always found endearing. The thing that visited me that night had Six's face perfectly, except for that scar. Its skin was smooth, unmarked, perfect in a way that real human skin never is. I still live with Six. I still love him. But sometimes when I wake up at night and he's at work, I find myself staring at the foot of the bed, half expecting to see that wrong smile again. And I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't fallen back asleep that night, if I'd confronted whatever it was that came to visit me wearing my boyfriend's face. Six thinks I had a nightmare or a hallucination. Sometimes I almost convince myself he's right, but deep down, I know better. Something was in our room that night. Something that could look like someone I loved but couldn't quite get the details right. Something that wanted me to believe it was human. And the worst part, I have no idea why it came or if it will ever come back. Story 15. I still get chills thinking about that night at Jay's house when I was in 6th grade. It's been 15 years, but that experience stuck with me like nothing else. I've been reading other people's similar accounts lately, and I finally decided to share mine. I grew up in Pinewood, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone else's business. Jay and I became friends in middle school. He was the quiet kid who always had the newest video games, and I was the new kid who'd moved into town with my mom and stepdad the previous summer. When Jay invited me over for the first time, I was pretty excited. My stepdad was strict about having friends over to our place. We lived in this old house deep in the woods on what he always reminded us was ancient Catawba land. So getting to hang out at someone else's house was a big deal for me. I remember it was a Friday in October. The weather had just started to turn cold, and Jay's mom picked us up from school in her blue minivan. Jay lived in this regular-looking 2-story house in a small development on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, just a normal home with vinyl siding and a small front yard. His mom made us pizza rolls and told us she'd be upstairs if we needed anything. We were setting up the PlayStation in Jay's basement when he casually dropped the bomb. "Just so you know, my house is a little haunted," he said, untangling some controller cords. I laughed, thinking he was joking. "Yeah, right." "No, seriously," he said, not even looking up. "Nothing bad or anything. Just these shadow things that show up sometimes." The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made my stomach do a weird flip. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was just informing me, like he was telling me their cat scratches furniture or something. "What do you mean, shadow things?" I asked. trying to sound casual. Jay shrugged. You'll probably see them. They mostly hang out near the hallway. It's like you'll see something move out of the corner of your eye, but when you look directly at it, it's gone. My whole family sees them. We're just used to it now. I didn't know what to say. Part of me thought he was messing with me, but Jay wasn't really the pranking type. And honestly, after living in my stepdad's house for a year, I wasn't exactly a skeptic anymore. Weird stuff happened there all the time. Footsteps when no one was home, doors opening on their own, my little sister's toys turning on in the middle of the night. My stepdad would just shrug and say, "It's the land, it remembers." We spent the next few hours playing games and watching movies. I almost forgot about Jay's warning until around 10 o'clock. We were in the middle of a racing game when I noticed something at the edge of my vision, near the hallway that led to the laundry room. It looked like someone walking past, but not quite right, like a person-shaped darkness. I turned my head quickly, but there was nothing there, just the empty hallway with the nightlight plugged into the wall. "Did you see that?" I asked Jay, my heart suddenly pounding. Jay didn't even pause the game. "One of the shadows? Yeah, they're around tonight. Just ignore them." I tried to focus back on the game, but now that I'd seen one, I couldn't stop noticing them. They kept appearing at the edges of my vision, sometimes tall like adults, sometimes shorter, like kids. They never had any features I could make out, just dark silhouettes that seemed denser than regular shadows. "How many are there?" I whispered after about 20 minutes of this. Jay shrugged. "Dunno, 5 or 6 maybe. They come and go. And they don't do anything?" "Nah, they just watch. My mom thinks they lived here before us or something." The weird thing was, even though I should have been terrified, I wasn't. Not exactly. It was unsettling for sure. But the shadows didn't feel threatening. They felt curious, like they were just checking out what we were doing. I kept thinking they were going to do something scary, rush at us or make noise or something. But they just lingered at the edges, appearing and disappearing. At one point, I got up to go to the bathroom. Jay pointed me down the hallway where I'd been seeing the shadows. I hesitated, but Jay just rolled his eyes. "They won't hurt you. They never have." Walking down that hallway was one of the hardest things I've ever done. My skin was crawling and I felt like I was being watched from every direction. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, and I swear the shadows were more active there. I kept seeing movement reflected in the mirror, but when I'd spin around, nothing was there. I peed faster than I ever had in my life and practically ran back to the basement. "See?" Jay said when I returned. "They're harmless." I wasn't so sure about harmless, but he was right that they hadn't actually done anything to me. We went back to our game, and I tried to ignore the constant movement at the edges of my vision. Around midnight, Jay's mom came down to check on us. She'd set up sleeping bags on the floor and brought down some extra pillows. "You boys need anything else?" she asked. I almost blurted out, "Yeah, can you explain the shadow people?" But I didn't. The way Jay and his mom acted, this was just normal for them, like living next to a busy street and getting used to the traffic noise. After she left, I whispered to Jay, "Does your mom see them too?" "Yeah, everyone does. My dad pretends he doesn't, but I've seen him talking to them sometimes when he thinks no one's around." That sent a chill through me. "Talking to them, they can talk?" Jay shrugged again. "I don't think so. At least I've never heard them. But my dad will sometimes say stuff like, 'Not now,' or 'I'm busy,' when there's no one else in the room. I think they try to get his attention or something." We stayed up until about 1 in the morning. The shadows were constant companions, appearing and disappearing at the edges of my awareness. Sometimes they seemed to get closer, but they never fully entered the space where we were sitting. It was like they were respecting some invisible boundary. When we finally decided to sleep, I was sure I wouldn't be able to. How could anyone sleep knowing those things were watching? But the weird thing is, I did sleep. Maybe it was because of growing up in my stepdad's haunted house, or maybe it was Jay's complete lack of concern, but I actually fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up once in the middle of the night. The basement was dark except for the glow of the TV on standby mode. Jay was snoring softly next to me. I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me, when I realized the shadows were still there. In the dim light, they seemed more solid somehow. One was standing near the stairs, another by the TV. A smaller one, maybe child-sized, was near our feet. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. They still had that same feeling of curiosity, not malice, like they were studying us. I remembered what Jay had said about his dad talking to them, and without really thinking, I whispered, "We're just sleeping, nothing interesting." The shadows didn't respond, of course, but the small one near our feet seemed to move back a little, like it was startled that I'd acknowledged it. After a few moments, all three faded away, becoming indistinguishable from the regular darkness of the room. I fell back asleep shortly after. The next morning, the shadows were gone, or at least I didn't notice them anymore in the daylight. We had cereal for breakfast and Jay's mom drove me home around noon. I never mentioned the shadows to her, and she never brought them up either. When my mom asked how the sleepover was, I just said fine and left it at that. What else could I say? Oh, Jay's house is full of shadow people that watch you from the corners of the room, but don't worry, they're friendly. I went back to Jay's house many times after that first visit. The shadows were always there, always watching, sometimes more, sometimes fewer. They never did anything threatening, never tried to communicate, they just observed. The strangest part of all this is how normal it became. By my third or fourth visit, I barely noticed them anymore. They were just part of being at Jay's house, like his dad's collection of model trains or the weird smell in their garage. Jay and I drifted apart in high school, not because of the shadows, but just because we developed different interests. Last I heard, his family still lives in that house. Sometimes I wonder if the new residents see the shadows too, or if they were somehow connected to Jay's family specifically. I've experienced other weird things since then, but nothing quite like those shadow observers. They weren't violent spirits or demons or anything from a horror movie. They were just presences, watchers. I still don't know what they were or why they were there. All I know is that for a while, they were as much a part of my life as homework and video games, and strangely, I'm not sure I would have wanted it any other way. Sometimes I still catch myself looking for movement at the edges of my vision, half expecting to see those familiar silhouettes. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I still do. Story 16. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 15 years since that night, but the fear is so deeply ingrained in me that darkness itself feels like a threat. I've tried therapy, meditation, even medication to help me sleep, but nothing erases what happened in that basement. We moved into that house when I was 13. It was this old Victorian-style home in a small town in Massachusetts, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody's business. My parents got it for a steal, which should have been our first warning sign. My dad was so excited about the character of the place, while my mom kept talking about its potential. All I saw was peeling wallpaper and creaky floors. Since I was the only child, they gave me the finished basement as my bedroom. At first, I thought it was cool. It was spacious, I had privacy, and it felt like having my own apartment. But from the very first night, something felt wrong down there. The darkness in that basement wasn't normal. I know how that sounds, but it's true. Darkness shouldn't have weight to it, shouldn't feel like it's pressing against your skin, but in that room, it did. My mom hung up fairy lights and got me a couple of lamps to brighten the place up, but no amount of artificial light seemed to push back whatever was lurking in the corners. The first few weeks were filled with small incidents. I'd wake up to find my dresser drawers slightly open when I was sure I'd closed them. Books would fall off shelves when no one was near them. My belongings would move to different spots overnight. My parents dismissed it all. I was forgetful. The house was settling. The floors weren't level. They had a logical explanation for everything. Then the electronics started acting up. We had this old TV in the living room that would switch channels randomly. Not just flip to the next channel, but jump from channel 3 to channel 37 out of nowhere. My dad replaced the remote batteries, then the remote itself, then finally called a repair guy who found nothing wrong with it. The touch lamp beside my bed was even worse. It had 4 brightness settings that you cycled through by touching the base. At night, it would start cycling through the settings on its own. Dim, medium, bright, off, dim, medium, bright, off. Sometimes for hours, I'd unplug it, and somehow it would be plugged back in by morning. My parents were frustrated, but not frightened. My dad was pragmatic to a fault and believed there was a logical explanation for everything. My mom was more open to the possibility of something supernatural, but she didn't want to feed my fears by acknowledging it. But the night everything changed, there was no denying what happened. No logical explanation could cover it. It was a Tuesday in October. I remember because I had a history test the next day that I'd been studying for. I went to bed around 10, exhausted from all the dates and facts I'd been memorizing. I fell asleep quickly, which was unusual for me in that house. I woke up suddenly around 2 in the morning, not gradually, not drifting awake. It was like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. My eyes snapped open and I was instantly, completely awake. And I knew, with absolute certainty, that I wasn't alone in that room. Have you ever felt someone watching you, not just imagined it, but really felt it? It's like a pressure on your skin, like the air gets heavier. That's what I felt. Every instinct in my body was screaming that someone, something, was in that room with me. I laid there, frozen under my blankets, afraid to move. My breath came in shallow gasps that I tried to silence. The darkness seemed thicker than usual, almost like a physical substance filling the room. The only light came from the small window well near the ceiling, where a distant streetlight cast a faint glow. I strained my eyes, scanning the shadows. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound. But the feeling of being watched only intensified. I needed to use the bathroom, which was upstairs. The thought of staying in that room a second longer was unbearable, but the idea of moving, of drawing attention to myself, was equally terrifying. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my bladder won out over my fear. Moving as quietly as possible, I slid out from under my covers. The floor was ice cold against my bare feet. I took one step, then another, my eyes never stopping their frantic scan of the room. I made it halfway to the door when the temperature dropped even further. It wasn't just cold, it was a bone-deep chill that made my teeth chatter instantly. My breath came out in visible puffs, like I was standing in a freezer. And that's when I saw it. Or rather, didn't see it. There was a patch of darkness near my closet that was darker than the rest of the room. It wasn't a shape exactly, more like an absence of anything. A void where light and matter simply stopped existing, and it was slowly expanding. I ran. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I bolted for the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed the doorknob, twisted it and pulled. Nothing happened. The door didn't budge. I pulled harder, using both hands, bracing my foot against the wall for leverage. It was like trying to open a door with a mountain behind it. It wouldn't move even a millimeter. That's when the panic really hit me. I was trapped. Whatever was in that room with me had me trapped. Mom! Exclamation mark. I screamed, pounding on the door with my fists. Dad, help me! I kept screaming, kept pounding, my voice growing hoarse, my hands starting to bruise. No response came from upstairs. It was like my voice couldn't penetrate beyond that door. The darkness behind me seemed to pulse, to breathe. I could feel it expanding, approaching. Without turning around, I knew it was getting closer. The air grew so cold it hurt to breathe. In desperation, I threw my entire body against the door, again and again. My shoulder ached, but I kept going. On the 5th or 6th try, something changed. The resistance vanished suddenly, and the door flew open with such force that I tumbled into the stairwell, skinning my knees and elbows on the rough carpet. I didn't stop to think. I scrambled up those stairs on all fours, not daring to look back. The stairwell felt endless, each step taking me nowhere, like in a nightmare. When I finally reached the top, I slammed the basement door shut behind me and leaned against it, gasping for breath. The air upstairs was warm, normal. The living room looked exactly as it always did, mundane and unthreatening in the dim light from the street outside. For a split second, I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing. Then I heard it, a soft thud from the basement, like something heavy had pressed against the door from the other side. I ran to my parents' bedroom, calling for them, but their door was locked. This wasn't unusual. They often locked their door at night, but in my panicked state, it felt like another trap. I pounded on their door, screaming for them to wake up, to let me in. No response, no sound of movement from inside. It was like they weren't even there. I was too terrified to go back downstairs, too afraid to stay in the hallway. I ended up in the bathroom, the only room with a lock that I could access. I turned on every light, locked the door, and sat in the bathtub, wrapped in a towel, shivering not from cold, but from fear. I stayed there until morning, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. When the sun finally rose, I crept out of the bathroom. My parents were in the kitchen, making coffee and toast like it was any normal morning. They looked at me with surprise when I appeared in the doorway, pale and disheveled. "Emma, what happened to you?" my mom asked, taking in my appearance. I told them everything. The feeling of being watched, the door that wouldn't open, my screams for help pounding on their bedroom door. My dad's face grew increasingly skeptical as I spoke, but my mom looked troubled. "Honey," my dad said when I finished, "we didn't hear anything last night, not a sound. But I was screaming, I insisted. I nearly broke my hands pounding on your door." My mom came over and examined my hands, which were indeed bruised and swollen. "Something happened," she said quietly, looking at my dad with concern. "It was probably a nightmare," he replied, but he didn't sound convinced. "You were sleepwalking, got scared, and hurt yourself trying to open doors in the dark." I knew what happened. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't sleepwalking. Something in that basement had tried to trap me there, and somehow it had prevented my parents from hearing my cries for help. I refused to sleep in the basement after that. For weeks, I slept on the couch, in the hallway outside my parents' room, even on the bathroom floor. My grades suffered because I couldn't sleep properly. I jumped at every sound. I refused to go into the basement even during daylight hours. Finally, after I had a complete breakdown when they tried to make me go downstairs to get the laundry, they relented and moved my bed into the small office upstairs. It was cramped, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from that basement. The activity didn't stop though. The TV still changed channels, objects still moved, and sometimes late at night, we'd all hear footsteps from the basement. Slow, deliberate steps pacing back and forth. We moved out 6 months later. My parents never admitted it was because of the supernatural activity, but I knew. I saw the fear in my mum's eyes when she'd hear those footsteps. I noticed how my dad stopped going to the basement alone. To this day, I still don't know what was in that house. I've researched the property history and found nothing conclusive. No tragic deaths, no reports of similar experiences from previous owners. Whatever was there, it didn't want to be known. It just wanted us gone. Sometimes I dream about that patch of darkness, that void that seemed to consume light itself. In my dreams, it takes shape. Almost human, but wrong somehow, like someone tried to create a person without ever having seen one. And in those dreams, it's always reaching for me, always just inches away from catching me. We left that town 15 years ago, but I still carry that night with me. It's in the way I check behind doors, in how I can't sleep without a light on, in the panic that grips me whenever I enter a basement. Some experiences change you forever. They become part of who you are. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. And I wonder if whatever was in that basement followed me after all. Story 17. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even typing this now, my hands are shaking a bit. I keep looking over my shoulder, which is ridiculous since I'm sitting in my apartment with the doors locked. But after what happened that night at Ponderosa Reservoir 3 years ago, I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe in the dark again. My brother Aaron and I had been planning this fishing trip for weeks. We're both pretty experienced outdoorsmen. Grew up camping with our dad, know how to handle ourselves in the wilderness, all that. Ponderosa is about 2 hours northeast of Sacramento, and we'd heard the night fishing there was incredible. So we packed up our gear, grabbed some beers, and headed out on a Friday afternoon in late September. The campsite we found was perfect. Secluded spot under some pines, flat ground for the tent, fire pit already made. We set up camp quickly and still had a couple hours of daylight left, so we decided to scout around for good fishing spots before it got dark. About 5 minutes down this narrow trail from our camp, we found the remains of what looked like an old cabin, just the foundation and a charred chimney, really. Must have burned down years ago. The weird thing was all the trash scattered around. Old cans, broken bottles, torn clothing, like someone had been using it as a dump site. But beyond that was a small clearing that led right down to the water. Aaron pointed out a flat rock ledge that jutted out into the reservoir, perfect for casting. "This spot looks great for night fishing," I said, already imagining the bass we'd catch. Aaron didn't respond right away. When I looked over, he was scanning the area with this weird expression. "What's up?" I asked. "I don't know, Tyler. Something feels off." He gestured to the overgrown vegetation surrounding the clearing. All this tall grass and ivy and shit. Someone could be standing 10 feet away and we wouldn't even see them. I laughed it off. "Dude, we're in the middle of nowhere. Nobody's hiding in the bushes waiting to murder us." "Yeah, I know. Still feels weird though." We went back to camp, grilled some burgers and waited for darkness. That's when the real fishing would start. Around 9, we grabbed our gear and headlamps and headed back to the spot we'd found. The night was clear and cool, with a 3/4 moon providing decent light once our eyes adjusted. We'd been fishing for maybe an hour when Aaron started getting antsy. He kept turning his headlamp toward the overgrown areas behind us. "You're spooking the fish, man," I complained. "Sorry, just can't shake this feeling. I think I'm gonna head back to camp." "Seriously, we just got here." "Yeah, I know, but this place is giving me the creeps. You coming?" I had just cast my line into a promising spot. "Nah, I'll stay a bit longer. Just caught one a few minutes ago. I think they're starting to bite." Aaron hesitated. "You sure? It's pretty dark out here." "I've got my headlamp and my phone. I'll be fine." "All right, don't stay too late. Yell if you need anything. I should be able to hear you from camp." After Aaron left, I settled onto this large, flat rock that extended into the water. It was actually peaceful being alone. The gentle lapping of water against the shore, the occasional splash of a fish jumping, the constant cricket chirping. I'd turned off my headlamp to avoid attracting bugs and was just using the moonlight. I'd caught 2 decent-sized bass already and was feeling pretty good about my decision to stay. That's when I heard it, a rustling in the bushes behind me. At first, I figured it was just a raccoon or maybe a deer coming down for water. But then the rustling stopped, then started again, this time sounding more deliberate, like something was moving very carefully, trying not to make noise but not quite succeeding. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe Aaron had come back. No response. The rustling continued, and I could tell whatever it was had moved closer. Maybe 15 feet behind me now. "Aaron, if that's you trying to scare me, it's not funny, man." Still nothing, just more rustling, even closer now. My heart started pounding. I turned on my headlamp and pointed it toward the sound, but the beam just illuminated a wall of thick ivy and brush. I couldn't see anything, but I could definitely hear movement. "Go away!" I shouted, trying to sound authoritative instead of terrified. For a moment, everything went quiet. I thought maybe I'd scared off whatever animal it was. I turned back to my fishing, keeping my headlamp on now, sweeping it across the water every few seconds to calm my nerves. Then I heard it again. Not behind me anymore, but to my right. Whatever it was had circled around and was now on the other side of my fishing spot. The vegetation was so thick there that even with my headlamp, I couldn't see more than a foot into it, but I could hear movement, deliberate movement, like something was stalking through the undergrowth, keeping pace with where I was sitting. I stood up, my fishing rod gripped tight in my hands. My mouth went completely dry. This wasn't an animal. Animals don't circle you like that. They either approach or they run away. They don't stalk. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking a bit. "I've got people waiting for me at camp. They know where I am." The rustling stopped again. I waited, barely breathing, ears straining for any sound. Nothing, just the water and the crickets. After a few minutes, I started to think maybe I was just freaking myself out. I sat back down, but kept my headlamp on and pointed toward the water. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely cast, but I tried to focus on fishing to calm myself down. Somehow, I actually caught another bass, a good-sized one too. As I was unhooking it, I heard the rustling again. This time it was directly behind me, maybe 10 feet away, and it was faster, more aggressive. I dropped the fish, which flopped back into the water, and scrambled to the other side of the rock I was sitting on. My headlamp beams swept wildly across the vegetation. "Whoever you are, leave me alone," I shouted, my voice echoing across the water. "I'm calling my brother right now." I pulled out my phone, fumbling with it, nearly dropping it into the water. That's when I looked up the steep hill that formed a kind of wall behind the fishing spot. And I saw it. I'll never forget what I saw, as long as I live. About 20 feet up the hill, squatting in the bushes, was something. My headlamp caught it dead on for just a couple of seconds before I screamed and dropped my light. It had a head and a neck, human-shaped kind of, but where there should have been a face, there was just nothing. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just smooth, pale something. Not skin exactly. More like, I don't know how to describe it. The only features were these weird, oversized ears that stuck out on either side of its head. They weren't human ears. They were more like animal ears, but not quite. Wrong-looking somehow. It was squatting there, perfectly still, looking down at me. At least I think it was looking at me. Hard to tell when something doesn't have eyes, but I could feel its attention focused directly on me, like a physical weight. I screamed, not like in the movies, not some manly shout of defiance. I screamed like a terrified child, high-pitched and desperate. "Get away from me!" I shrieked, scrambling backward, nearly falling into the water. "Aaron, help! Aaron!" I fumbled with my phone, trying to call my brother, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even unlock the screen. I just kept screaming his name over and over. The thing didn't move. It just stayed there, squatting, watching. At least until I heard voices coming down the trail from our campsite, Aaron shouting my name, along with our other brothers who had arrived at camp while I was fishing. The moment their voices got close enough, the thing moved. It was so fast. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, disappearing into the thick vegetation with barely a sound. Just a quick rustling, then nothing. Aaron and my brothers came crashing through the brush a minute later, finding me huddled on the rock, shaking uncontrollably. They thought I'd been attacked by an animal or fallen into the water. I couldn't even speak properly, just kept pointing up at the hillside and stammering. They searched around with their flashlights but found nothing. No tracks, no signs of anything unusual. Aaron helped me back to camp, practically carrying me because my legs were so wobbly. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Not right away. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, would think I was making it up or had been drinking too much. I just said I'd heard something in the bushes that scared me. We packed up first thing in the morning and left. I didn't sleep a minute that night. I only told my mom the full story when we got home. Something about mothers. You know they'll believe you even when your story sounds insane. She just listened quietly, held my hand, and didn't question a single detail. Later, when I was finally ready, I told Aaron and my other brothers. They didn't laugh like I expected. Instead, they looked uncomfortable, exchanging these weird glances. It's been 3 years, and I've never gone night fishing again. I've searched online for similar stories, trying to find an explanation for what I saw. Some kind of deformed animal, maybe, or a person with a severe facial abnormality living in the wilderness. But nothing fits exactly what I encountered. I still dream about it sometimes. That faceless head, those wrong-looking ears, the way it just watched me. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still there, squatting in the bushes at Ponderosa Reservoir, waiting for the next person to go fishing alone at night. Story 18. I still struggle with how to even start describing what happened that night. It's been 15 years, but my hands are shaking just typing this. I've spent years in therapy trying to make sense of it, but I'm finally ready to share what happened at Silver Pine Lodge back in February 2008. My husband Michael and I had planned the trip for months. We're both workaholics. Me as a neuropsychiatrist at Johns Hopkins, him in biomedical engineering. Our 10th anniversary seemed like the perfect excuse to disconnect. No emails, no colleagues, no patients. Just us, a rustic cabin in remote Montana, and a week of peace. Silver Pine had that old-world charm, a main lodge built in the 30s with scattered private cabins throughout the property. We'd booked Cabin 17, the most secluded one, nestled against the tree line. We arrived on February 10th. The forecast mentioned snow, but nothing serious. Michael brought his video camera to document our trip. He was always filming things. The first 2 days were exactly what we needed. We hiked, read books by the fire, drank wine, reconnected. I remember feeling so grateful for the silence after years of hospital noise. On February 12th, the weather turned. What started as light snowfall in the morning became a full blizzard by afternoon. The lodge manager, a friendly guy named Keith, went cabin to cabin informing everyone that the access road was temporarily closed due to conditions. Nothing to worry about, he assured us. Happens a couple times each season. Road crew will clear it tomorrow. That evening, Michael and I had dinner at the main lodge with the other guests. 18 of us total, plus 11 staff. Everyone was in good spirits despite being stranded. An older couple was celebrating their retirement. A family with teenage kids played board games by the fireplace. 3 couples who were college friends were having a reunion weekend. There were also a few solo travelers. I remember a young woman writer who said she came for inspiration, and a middle-aged man who mentioned he was a geological surveyor. Around 9 in the evening, the power went out. The staff brought out candles and extra blankets, apologizing profusely. Keith explained they had a generator, but it was acting up in the extreme cold. Michael and I decided to head back to our cabin where we had our own fireplace for warmth. The walk back was eerie. The snow was falling so heavily I could barely see 10 feet ahead. Michael filmed our trudge through the knee-deep snow, narrating like it was some grand adventure. We were laughing, still buzzed from the wine at dinner. I remember checking my watch as we got back to the cabin, 9:47 p.m. We got the fire going and settled in. Michael kept filming, capturing our pioneer survival mode, as he jokingly called it. Around 11, we heard the first scratching sounds. It started subtly, like branches scraping against the outer walls. I didn't think much of it initially. We were surrounded by pine trees, but after 20 minutes, the pattern changed. It wasn't random anymore, but methodical. 3 scratches, pause, 4 scratches, pause, 3 scratches again, over and over. "That's weird," Michael said, pointing the camera toward the wall. "Sounds almost deliberate." I suggested maybe it was a confused animal seeking shelter from the storm, but the scratching continued, moving around the cabin perimeter like whatever was causing it was circling us. By midnight, it had evolved into tapping, distinct, rhythmic tapping against all 4 walls simultaneously. "This isn't an animal," I whispered to Michael. "Animals don't coordinate like this." Michael decided to look outside. I begged him not to, but he insisted. He approached the window, camera still recording, and pulled back the curtain. What he said next made my blood freeze. "Becca, there are people standing out there, just standing in the snow." I joined him at the window. Through the blizzard, I could make out dark figures, maybe 5 or 6 of them, positioned around our cabin. They were completely motionless despite the howling wind and temperatures well below freezing. They weren't dressed for the weather, just dark shapes against the white snow, and they were all facing our cabin. "Hello?" Michael called out, cracking the door open slightly. "Do you need help?" No response, just that continued tapping, which I now realized wasn't coming from the figures. It seemed to be coming from everywhere: the walls, the roof, even the floor beneath us. Michael shut the door quickly. "This is really weird," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "Maybe we should call the main lodge." Our cell phones had no signal, expected in such a remote location during a storm. The cabin had a landline, but when I picked it up, all I heard was a low, pulsing tone unlike any busy signal or dial tone I'd ever heard. It almost sounded like a pattern, the same pattern as the tapping. By 1 in the morning, we were both terrified, but trying to rationalize what was happening. As a neuropsychiatrist, I began wondering if we were experiencing some form of shared hallucination or folie à deux, maybe carbon monoxide from the fireplace, but we had no symptoms other than fear. I even suggested mass hysteria affecting the whole lodge. Maybe we all ate something contaminated at dinner. "Then what are those people doing outside?" Michael asked, peering through the window again. "They haven't moved for over an hour." At 2:13 a.m., I remember checking my watch obsessively by then, the tapping stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. We sat huddled together on the bed, Michael still filming, our voices hushed as we debated what to do. That's when we heard the first voice, Rebecca. Just my name, spoken softly from outside the bedroom window. It sounded like the geological surveyor from dinner. "Rebecca, we understand now." Then another voice joined in, the retired woman from the couple. "Michael, Rebecca, the frequency is clear now." More voices added to the chorus, all people from the lodge, all speaking in unison but with something underneath their normal tones. A harmonic quality I can only describe as vibrating on multiple levels simultaneously. Human vocal cords can't produce that sound. I know that professionally. "What the hell is happening?" Michael whispered, pointing the camera toward the window. The bedroom window shattered inward. I screamed as something reached through. A limb that was humanoid, but wrong. The proportions were off, the fingers too long, the skin almost translucent. Michael dropped the camera but kicked it under the bed where it continued recording. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in while Michael confronted whatever was coming through the window. I heard him yell, then a thud, then silence. 5 minutes later, his voice came from outside the bathroom door. "Becca, it's okay. You can come out now. I understand everything." But it wasn't really his voice. It had that same underlying harmonic quality the others had, multiple frequencies layered together in impossible ways. "The resonance pattern," not quite, Michael continued. "They've shown me what waits beneath reality, Becca. The things hidden in the spaces between perception, they need you specifically. Your work on neurological perception pathways, they need a neuropsychiatrist to understand how we see." I stayed silent, pressing myself against the far wall of the tiny bathroom. "We need to optimize the transition," he continued. "They've been trying to communicate for so long. 1967, 1984, 1996, always during storms, always here. The weather creates the right conditions for the membrane to thin." Other voices joined his outside the bathroom door. I recognized the lodge staff, the other guests, all speaking in that same unnatural chorus. "Rebecca," they said in unison, "we need you to understand us from the inside out." The bathroom window was small, but when it shattered, I knew I couldn't stay. I climbed out, cutting my hands and legs on the glass, and ran through the blizzard toward the main lodge. I still don't know how I made it, barefoot in the snow, in pajamas, in the dark. Pure adrenaline. The main lodge was empty, but all the candles were still lit. I found the manager's office and locked myself in. There was a radio system for emergencies. As I tried to make it work, I kept talking to the camera I'd grabbed from our cabin before fleeing, documenting everything. "If anyone finds this," I remember saying, "what's happening at Silver Pine Lodge isn't a natural phenomenon. These entities, whatever they are, they're studying us, trying to understand human perception. They're invading from somewhere else, but not outer space. It's like they're coming through from adjacent to reality. They've done this before, 1967, 1984, 1996, always during severe weather events, always with missing persons afterward. I managed to get through to emergency services around 5 a.m. I remember saying there was a mass psychological event at the lodge. It was the only way I could think to describe it that wouldn't sound completely insane. The next few hours are blurry. I barricaded myself in the office. At some point, I must have passed out from exhaustion and shock. I woke up in a hospital in Missoula. They told me rescue services had arrived at the lodge around 11 a.m. and found everyone alive. Everyone, including Michael, had been found standing outside in the snow, seemingly unharmed despite hours of exposure to sub-zero temperatures. Our blood work all showed the same anomalous results, markers I'd never seen before in my medical career. These markers normalized after about 2 weeks. The official explanation was mass hallucination caused by a gas leak combined with isolation and extreme weather conditions. But that doesn't explain the blood work or the identical testimony from rescue workers about finding 29 people standing in formation in the snow, unresponsive until physically moved. Within 6 months of the incident, 18 of us, including Michael and me, had independently relocated to coastal areas. I can't explain why, but I felt compelled to move to the Oregon coast. Michael and I established a research facility focused on deep marine biology and its neurological effects on human perception. The work feels important in ways I can't articulate. Sometimes at night, I still hear that tapping pattern. Michael says he does too. We've been recording it, analyzing it. We've found the same pattern in certain deep-sea biological processes and in unusual coastal weather formations. The others from Silver Pine are scattered along coastlines around the country. We've found each other online, sharing research, comparing notes. None of us talk directly about what happened that night. We don't need to. We're all working towards something. I don't know what really happened at Silver Pine Lodge. I don't know what my husband and the others became that night, or if they ever fully came back. All I know is that something fundamental changed in all of us. Sometimes I catch Michael staring out at the ocean with that same stillness I saw in those figures standing in the snow. And sometimes, when he doesn't know I'm listening, I hear that harmonic quality return to his voice as he whispers about the transition and how they're getting closer. Story 19. I've been staring at this blank document for hours, trying to figure out how to even start. I guess the beginning is as good a place as any, though nothing feels good about what I need to share. My name is Emily Harlow. I was, a psychiatrist. I specialized in treatment-resistant schizophrenia and psychotic disorders. 3 months ago, I moved to Atchison, Kansas to become the head of psychiatry at Glenwood State Hospital. It was a huge career move for me at 35. The building itself was this massive Victorian monstrosity, built in the 1800s as a TB sanatorium before being converted to a psychiatric facility in the 1950s. I remember driving up that first day, looking at those red brick walls and thinking how beautiful it was in a haunting sort of way. God, I was so naive. The hospital administrator, Richard, gave me the tour. He was this balding guy in his 60s who'd been working there forever. The whole time he showed me around, he kept apologizing for the transitional state of things. My predecessor, Dr. Marshall Coleman, had retired suddenly after working there for 22 years. No goodbye party, no transition period, just cleaned out his office and left. He was eccentric toward the end, Richard said, not meeting my eyes. Brilliant doctor, but the job takes its toll. When we got to what was now my office, I noticed a large file cabinet in the corner with a padlock on it. There was a label that said, Ward C restricted. When I asked about it, Richard got this weird look on his face. Those are Dr. Coleman's special cases, he said quietly. Ward C was permanently closed by board vote in 1972. All documentation was sealed by court order. I laughed, thinking he was joking. Sounds like the setup for a horror movie. He didn't laugh back. That night was my first dream. I was walking down a hallway I didn't recognize. The walls were a sickly green color, paint peeling. The lights flickered. I could hear a woman's voice, soft but clear, counting backward. 1,999, 998. Something about her voice was hypnotic, pulling me forward. I woke up before I found the source. I didn't think much of it at the time. New job, new stress, new place to sleep. Of course, I'd have weird dreams. But then it happened again the next night, and the next. Always the same hallway. Always that voice counting backward. During my second week, I started meeting with the long-term patients. After my 5th interview, I noticed something strange. 3 different patients with completely different diagnoses had mentioned a counting woman in their files. Dr. Coleman had noted these as shared delusion patterns, but hadn't elaborated. I started asking specific questions. By the end of the week, I'd discovered that over a dozen long-term patients shared similar delusions about a woman who counted backward from 1,000 at night. The most disturbing part was what they said happened if you heard her reach 0. "She empties you out," one elderly patient told me, her eyes wide with fear. "You're still walking around, but you're just a shell. Something else is inside you then." I tried discussing this with the nursing staff, but they shut down immediately, all except Marjorie Wilkins, a retired nurse who still lived in town. She agreed to meet me for coffee. Marjorie was in her 80s with shaky hands but sharp eyes. She lowered her voice when I brought up the counting woman. "That would be Catherine Doyle," she said. "She was admitted in 1952, mathematics professor. Brilliant woman. They diagnosed her with schizophrenia, but..." She trailed off, stirring her coffee. "But what?" I pressed. Things happened around Catherine that couldn't be explained. She claimed she'd discovered a numerical sequence that could open doors between worlds, said there were things waiting on the other side. Marjorie's hands trembled more. Patients in rooms near hers would change. They'd be normal one day, then the next morning they'd be vacant, emotionless. They said they heard her counting at night. By 1959, Catherine had been isolated in Ward C, under Dr. Coleman's direct supervision. Marjorie wouldn't tell me exactly what happened in 1972, but that was when Ward C was closed. Catherine was transferred to a federal facility. Dr. Coleman had personally overseen the ceiling of her room. "If you know what's good for you, you'll leave that locked cabinet alone," Marjorie said as we parted. "Some doors shouldn't be opened." Of course, I didn't listen. That night I searched Dr. Coleman's desk thoroughly and found a small key taped under the bottom drawer. There was also a microcassette tape hidden in a hollowed-out medical text. I found an old tape player in storage and listened to the recording. It was Catherine's final session with Dr. Coleman. Her voice was exactly like in my dreams. "The space is between numbers, Marshall," she was saying. "The space is between moments, between thoughts. That's where they wait. They've been waiting so long." Dr. Coleman's voice was tense. "Catherine, we've been through this. There's nothing between numbers." "You know better," she replied. "You've seen what happens to the ones who hear me reach 0. You know what comes through." There was a long pause. Then Dr. Coleman asked, "Why do you do it?" "Because they promised to show me everything. All the mathematics of the universe. Wouldn't you want that, Marshall, to know everything?" The tape ended abruptly. I knew I should stop. Every rational part of my brain was screaming to lock that tape away and forget about it. But I couldn't. The dreams were getting worse. In the latest one, I'd reached a door at the end of the hallway. Room C7. Against my better judgment, I used the key from Dr. Coleman's desk to access the sealed records. Catherine Doyle's file was thick with incident reports, transcripts, and Coleman's personal notes. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic in the later entries. The final page just had a crude drawing of a circle with the words, "It's opening," scrawled beside it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I took the brass key I'd found and went to the hospital's east wing, the oldest section, mostly used for storage now. There was a door there that had always been locked with no identifying markers. The key fit. Beyond was a stairwell that led down to a windowless corridor. The walls were painted institutional green, just like in my dreams. The air was stale but not dusty, as if the space was somehow preserved. At the end of the hallway was a door marked C7. I should have turned back. Everything inside me was screaming to leave, but I had to know. Room C7 was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet. The walls were covered with calculations, numbers, symbols, equations I didn't recognize. They'd been written directly on the plaster in what looked like pencil, ink, paint, and in some places what might have been blood. In the center of the far wall was a perfect blank circle, about 3 feet in diameter. No writing, no marking at all, just a perfect void in the chaotic calculations. And sitting on the bed frame was Catherine Doyle. She looked to be in her 60s with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun. She wore a faded hospital gown. Her eyes were completely black, like pools of ink. "Emily Harlow," she said, her voice exactly as it had been in my dreams. "I've been waiting for you." I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My body felt frozen in place. 1,000, she began. 999, 998. As she counted, the circle on the wall began to change. It was darkening, deepening somehow, as if it was no longer just a blank space on the wall, but a hole punched through reality itself. "You're not real," I managed to say. "You were transferred in 1972. You'd be over 100 years old now." She smiled. "Time works differently between the numbers. I've been counting for so long, Emily, but tonight I'll reach 0. 812, 811. The hole was growing darker. I could feel a cold draft coming from it now, carrying a smell like ozone and rot. 743, 742. I tried to back away, but my legs wouldn't work. It was like my body was being pulled toward that darkness. 629, 628. The room was getting colder. The numbers on the walls seemed to be moving, shifting like living things. 500, 499. My head was pounding. I could feel something pressing against the inside of my skull, like fingers trying to pry my thoughts apart. 382, 381. The darkness in the circle was complete now, not just black, but an absence of everything, like looking into the space between stars. 256, 255. There was movement in that darkness, shapes that made no sense to my human eyes, geometries that shouldn't exist. 123, 122. I was screaming, but no sound came out. My mouth was open, my throat raw, but the counting swallowed everything. 50.49. Something was reaching through the hole. Not a hand, not a tentacle, but something that my mind couldn't process. My vision was fracturing, reality splintering around me. 10.98. I could feel it inside my head now, pushing my consciousness aside, making room for itself. 3.2. 1. The last thing I remember is her smile as she said 0. They found me in the hospital cafeteria 3 days later. I don't remember how I got there. They said I was just sitting, staring at nothing, responding to questions with one-word answers. They found the brass key in my pocket, along with a notebook filled with numbers counting backward from 1,000. I've been in this facility in Maryland for 2 months now. The doctors here are very interested in my case. They say I experienced a psychotic break, that Catherine Doyle died in 1993 in a federal facility, that Ward C was demolished in 1980 to make room for a new wing. But every night at midnight I start counting. I can't stop myself. The numbers just pour out of me. 1,000, 999, 998. The staff doesn't understand what's happening, but the long-term residents here, they know. They cover their ears when I start. They know that once you've heard the sequence begin, it continues inside your head until it reaches 0, and something comes through the door that opens. 812, 811, 810. Story 20. I don't even know why I'm sharing this. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. I'm still not sure if I'm going completely insane or if what I experienced was real. Either way, I haven't slept properly in 3 days. This happened last weekend while I was driving from Phoenix to Seattle. I'd been visiting my sister for a week and decided to make the trip by car instead of flying. I love road trips, the freedom, stopping whenever I want, blasting my playlist. Plus, flights had gotten ridiculously expensive. I left Phoenix around 2 in the afternoon on Saturday, figuring I'd drive until I got tired, find a motel, then continue the next day. The first part of the drive was beautiful. Clear skies, barely any traffic. I was making good time, stopping only for gas and snacks. Around 11 that night, the weather turned. What started as light drizzle quickly became a full-on downpour, the kind where your wipers can barely keep up. I was somewhere in northern Oregon by then, on a stretch of highway with basically nothing around for miles. My eyes were getting tired from straining to see through the rain, and I was starting to drift a bit between lanes. That scared me enough to decide I needed a break. When I saw a sign for a rest stop 2 miles ahead, I was relieved. I just needed to splash some water on my face, stretch my legs, maybe grab a coffee from my thermos. The rest stop was completely deserted when I pulled in. Just a small building with restrooms, a couple of picnic tables under shelters, and an empty parking lot. The rain was coming down in sheets, drumming against my car roof so loud I could barely hear myself think. I sat there for a minute, dreading the sprint to the bathroom through the downpour. That's when I saw her. Standing under the dim light by the restroom building was a woman. She wasn't taking shelter. She was just standing there in the rain, getting absolutely drenched. I couldn't make out her features clearly, but something about her posture made me uneasy. She wasn't hunched against the rain like you'd expect. She was just standing there, perfectly still. I debated driving away. Everything about this felt wrong. But then she turned toward my car, and I could see she was waving at me. She looked desperate. Against my better judgment, I cracked my window about an inch. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out. She hurried over to my car, and I immediately felt guilty for my suspicion. She looked like a normal woman in her 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair plastered to her face from the rain. She was wearing jeans and a light blue blouse that was completely soaked through. No jacket, which seemed strange given the weather. "Thank God," she said, her voice shaking either from cold or fear. My car broke down about a mile back. I've been waiting for someone to stop for almost an hour. I glanced around the empty rest stop. "Did you call for help?" "No signal out here," she said, showing me her phone. "Could you possibly give me a ride to the next town? I'm heading north." Every safety warning I'd ever heard screamed in my head. Don't pick up strangers, especially at midnight at a deserted rest stop. But she looked so helpless standing there in the rain, shivering. What kind of person would I be if I just drove away? "I'm Rebecca," I said, unlocking the passenger door. "Get in before you catch pneumonia." "Elizabeth," she replied with a grateful smile. "Thank you so much." As soon as she slid into the passenger seat, I cranked up the heat. She was absolutely soaked, water dripping from her clothes onto my seat. I handed her some napkins from the glove compartment. "Sorry about your seat," she said, trying to dry herself a bit. "Don't worry about it. So where exactly are you headed?" "Millridge is the next town, I think. I just need to get somewhere with cell service so I can call for a tow." I nodded and pulled back onto the highway. The rain was still coming down hard and visibility was terrible. We drove in silence for a few minutes before I tried to make conversation. "So, what brings you out on a night like this?" Elizabeth stared straight ahead. "I'm meeting someone. I'm already late." Something felt off. Her clothes weren't drying at all despite the heater blasting. Water continued to drip from her hair and clothes as if she'd just stepped out of the shower, and despite the heat, I noticed the temperature in the car was dropping. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. I discreetly adjusted the temperature gauge, pushing it all the way to maximum heat, but the car kept getting colder. The digital display on my dashboard showed the internal temperature had dropped to 58 degrees despite the heater working overtime. "Are you from around here?" I asked, trying to sound casual while my uneasiness grew. "Not exactly," she said, "but I know these roads well." We continued driving, and I noticed Elizabeth growing increasingly agitated. She kept checking the time on my dashboard clock, then looking out at the road. "How much further to Millridge?" I asked. "About 15 minutes," she replied. "But," she hesitated. "But what?" "I need to be somewhere by 1:17, exactly 1:17. I glanced at the clock. It was 12:52. "We should make it to Millridge by then, right?" She shook her head. "Not Millridge. I need to go somewhere else." She pointed ahead. "There's an exit coming up in about 5 miles. We need to take it." I didn't remember seeing any exit on my GPS. "Where does it go?" "It's a shortcut," she said. "Please, Rebecca, it's important." The way she said my name sent chills down my spine. I hadn't told her my last name, but she'd just called me Rebecca Winters. I was sure of it. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "I think I'll stick to the main road. Millridge should have everything you need." Elizabeth's demeanor changed instantly. "No, you don't understand. I need to be there by 1:17. Please." Her voice had taken on a desperate, almost frantic quality. "I'm sorry, but I'm not comfortable taking unmarked exits in the middle of the night during a storm." The temperature dropped even further. I could now see frost forming on the inside edges of my windows despite the heater running full blast. My teeth were chattering. "Why is it so cold in here?" I asked, unable to hide the tremor in my voice. Elizabeth didn't answer. She just stared at the road ahead, her expression unreadable. I noticed her clothes were still dripping wet, 2 hours after I'd picked her up. We approached a green sign indicating Millridge was just 2 miles ahead. Elizabeth pressed herself against the passenger door, as far from the exit as possible. "Please don't go there," she whispered. Too late to turn back now, I thought. Besides, Millridge was a real town. There would be people, lights, safety. Whatever this woman was involved in, I wanted no part of it. As we took the exit for Millridge, I expected to see the usual signs of civilization: gas stations, fast food restaurants, motels. But as we drove into town, I realized something was terribly wrong. Millridge was completely abandoned. Not just quiet, abandoned. Empty storefronts with faded signs, streetlights that flickered and buzzed. No cars, no people, just empty streets glistening with rain. "What the hell?" I muttered, slowing down. "Where is everyone?" Elizabeth was rigid in her seat, staring straight ahead. "It's starting," she whispered. The dashboard clock read 1:16 a.m. I was about to turn around when my car engine sputtered and died. We rolled to a stop right in the middle of what appeared to be the town square. No matter how many times I turned the key, the engine wouldn't start. "Great," I said, panic rising in my throat. "Just great." The clock ticked over to 1:17 a.m. Elizabeth turned to look at me and I gasped. Her face had changed. It was still her, but somehow older and younger at the same time, and her eyes, they seemed to hold decades of sadness. "We're here now," she said softly. "This is where it happened." "Where what happened?" My voice was barely a whisper. She pointed out the window to a small stone memorial I hadn't noticed before. It stood in the center of a small garden area in the town square. "That's me," she said. I squinted through the rain-streaked window to read the inscription. "In memory of Elizabeth Crane, 1949 to 1982, beloved daughter and friend forever missed." My blood ran cold. I don't understand. 40 years ago tonight, I was driving to meet my fiancé, James. We were going to elope. My parents didn't approve of him. She spoke in a flat, distant voice. It was raining, just like tonight. A truck driver fell asleep at the wheel right at this intersection. I died instantly. I was frozen in place, unable to speak or move. Every year on the anniversary, I try to find someone to help me. I need to get to him. James was waiting for me in Ashland, just 50 miles north of here. He waited all night. As she spoke, the world outside my car window began to change. The abandoned buildings seemed to repair themselves. Lights flickered on. Old model cars appeared on the streets. "What's happening?" I gasped. "Time is rewinding," Elizabeth said. "Watch." I couldn't look away as the scene outside transformed into a rainy night from 40 years ago. I saw an old blue Ford Mustang driving through the intersection. Then, from the right, a massive truck barreling forward. Its driver's head nodded down. "No," I whispered. But I couldn't stop what was about to happen. The crash was horrific. The sound of metal crushing metal, glass shattering, then silence. I must have blacked out because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in my car, alone, back at the rest stop where I'd met Elizabeth. Sunlight was streaming through my windows. The storm had passed. For a moment, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. I'd pulled over, exhausted, fallen asleep, and had a terrifyingly vivid dream. Then I looked at the passenger seat. There, nestled in the still damp fabric, was a delicate silver bracelet with a small heart charm. I picked it up with trembling fingers and turned it over. Engraved on the back of the heart were the initials E.C. Elizabeth Crane. I drove to the next town in a daze and checked into the first motel I saw. I needed Wi-Fi, needed to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. It took less than 5 minutes to find the news article from October 1982. Local woman killed in late-night collision. Elizabeth Crane, 33, was pronounced dead at the scene after her vehicle was struck by a semi-truck in downtown Millridge. The truck driver, who allegedly fell asleep at the wheel, sustained minor injuries. Crane was reportedly traveling to Ashland at the time of the accident. There was a photo of Elizabeth, the same woman who had been in my car. I realized then what had happened. Elizabeth wasn't trying to return to the site of her death. She was trying to complete her journey, to finally reach James, who had been waiting for her that night 40 years ago. I don't know if James is still alive, or if he's still in Ashland, but I know what I have to do. I'm writing this from a motel room in Millridge. Yes, it's a real town, and very much inhabited during daylight hours. Tonight, on my way to Seattle, I'm taking a detour to Ashland. I have a silver bracelet to deliver and a journey to complete. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that some trips don't end just because life does. Story 21. I still can't sleep properly, and it's been almost 2 weeks since it happened. I keep thinking about that sound, the way it just cut through everything. I never believed in the supernatural before, even with all the weird stuff that's been happening in our house. But now, I don't know what to believe anymore. So Marcus and I bought this beautiful old Victorian in Oak Ridge about 2 years ago. It's one of those houses with character, you know, original hardwood floors, crown molding, the works. It was built in the early 1900s. We got it for a steal because it's directly across from Oak Ridge Funeral Home. Most people don't want to live opposite a place where they prepare bodies, but we thought it was kind of cool. Morbid, I know, but we're a bit weird like that. When we first moved in, a few neighbors stopped by with housewarming gifts and the usual welcome to the neighborhood stuff. This older lady, Mrs. Peterson, she kind of hesitated at our door. She kept looking past me into the house like she was searching for something. She finally said, "You know this place has a history, right?" Marcus just laughed it off, but she wasn't joking. She told us previous owners had reported strange occurrences, voices, things moving, cold spots, classic haunted house stuff. We didn't take it seriously. People always say old houses are haunted. It's just the pipes and the wood settling, right? At least that's what I kept telling myself when I'd catch shadows moving in my peripheral vision, or when Marcus started having sleep paralysis for the first time in his life. He'd wake up gasping, swearing someone was standing at the foot of our bed. I chalked it up to the stress of the move, his new job, and taking care of Lily, our 2-year-old. Nothing major happened until that night. It was a Friday in January, absolutely freezing outside. The temperature had dropped to -35°C, which is why we were bundled up inside binge-watching some stupid Netflix show instead of going out. We have this cozy living room with a fireplace, and Lily had fallen asleep on the couch around 9. We didn't want to wake her, so we just let her sleep there with her favorite stuffed bunny. We stayed up way too late, finishing episode after episode until it was like 2:30 in the morning. I was exhausted and told Marcus I was heading up to bed. He said he'd get some water and check on Lily before coming up. Our bedroom is on the second floor, directly above the living room. I remember turning on our ceiling fan, I can't sleep without white noise, and climbing into bed. I was scrolling through my phone waiting for Marcus when I heard it. God, even writing about it now makes my stomach turn. It was a scream, but not a normal scream. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal. It was wrong, like something demonic, something straight out of those horror movies we watch on Halloween. It sounded like it was coming from directly below me, from our living room where Lily was sleeping. The scream lasted maybe 3 seconds, but it felt like forever. It was this high-pitched, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. It had this quality to it that I can't even explain properly, like multiple voices layered on top of each other. 1 second it sounded like a woman, then like something deeper and distorted. I froze, completely froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My first thought was Lily, but I was so terrified I couldn't move. Instead, I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and texted Marcus. "Did you hear that?" His response came immediately. "I'm checking on Lily. Stay upstairs." Those few minutes waiting for Marcus to text me back were the longest of my life. I was sitting up in bed straining to hear anything else. The house was completely silent except for the soft whirring of the ceiling fan. That made it worse somehow, like whatever made that sound was now being deliberately quiet. Finally, my phone lit up with another text from Marcus. "Lily's fine, still asleep." What the fuck was that? I could barely type. "I don't know. It sounded like it came from the living room." I heard Marcus coming up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. When he burst into our bedroom, his face was white. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, as cliché as that sounds. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, as if whatever made the sound might hear us. I shook my head. "I don't know. It sounded like it was right below us." "I was in the kitchen," he said, running his hand through his hair. I heard it and ran to check on Lily. She still passed out on the couch. Didn't even stir. "How did she not wake up?" I asked. That scream was so loud. Marcus sat on the edge of the bed. "I don't know, it's like she didn't hear it." We sat there in silence for a moment, both of us trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was someone outside, but it was -35 outside, and all our windows were sealed tight for the winter. A TV from a neighbor's house, but the scream sounded like it was inside our living room. "Should we go check?" I finally asked. Marcus looked at me like I was crazy. "Check what?" "The living room. I was just there with Lily." "I don't know. Under the couch? The basement? What if someone's in the house?" Even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. This wasn't a person. The sound wasn't human. Marcus got up and grabbed the baseball bat we keep in our closet. "Stay here, I'll look around." I didn't want him to go, but I also didn't want to be left alone. "I'm coming with you." We crept downstairs together, Marcus in front with the bat. The house was dead silent. We checked the living room first. Lily was still fast asleep on the couch, her little chest rising and falling peacefully, clutching her stuffed bunny. How she slept through that noise, I'll never understand. We checked every room on the first floor. The kitchen, the dining room, the half bathroom, nothing was out of place. No windows or doors were open. We even checked the basement, which was the scariest part because our basement is unfinished and creepy even during the day, but there was nothing there either. We came back upstairs and Marcus insisted on checking all the closets and under our bed. Nothing. The house was secure. We were alone, just us, and whatever had made that ungodly sound. Neither of us could sleep after that. We brought Lily up to our room and put her in the middle of our bed. We just sat there, watching her sleep, jumping at every little creak the house made. I kept thinking about what Mrs. Peterson had said about the house having a history. What kind of history? Why hadn't we asked more questions? Around 5 in the morning, when the sky was just starting to lighten, I asked Marcus if we should call someone. The police? A priest? I wasn't even sure what to do in this situation. And tell them what? He said. That we heard a scary noise? They'll think we're crazy. He was right. There was no evidence of anything. Just a scream that both of us heard but couldn't explain. When the sun finally came up, things felt a little less terrifying. Lily woke up all smiles and babbling, completely unaware of what had happened. We tried to act normal for her sake, but I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder all day. That afternoon, while Marcus took Lily to the park to get us all out of the house, I drove to this new age shop in town. I'd never been there before, but I remembered seeing dream catchers and crystals in the window. The woman working there didn't even blink when I told her what happened. She sold me a bundle of white sage and told me to smudge the house, focusing on the living room. When Marcus and Lily got back, I opened all the windows despite the freezing temperature. I lit the sage and walked through every room, letting the smoke fill each corner, telling whatever might be there that it wasn't welcome. Marcus thought I was overreacting, but he didn't stop me. It's been nearly 2 weeks and we haven't heard the scream again. But something's different now. The house feels, I don't know, aware, like it's watching us. I've been having these dreams where I'm standing in our living room, but everything's wrong. The furniture is in different places. There are people I don't know sitting on our couch, and they're all staring at me like I'm the one who doesn't belong. Marcus says it's just stress, that we spooked ourselves. Maybe he's right, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever screamed that night is still here, waiting. I catch myself holding my breath sometimes, listening for it. We've talked about moving, but we sank everything we had into this house. We can't afford to just leave. And where would we go? How do you even list a house where something like this happened? Beautiful Victorian, great neighborhood might contain a demonic entity that screams in the middle of the night. Sometimes I wonder if we're the only ones who've heard it. Did the previous owners experience the same thing? Is that why they sold? I've thought about trying to track them down, but Marcus thinks that would just feed into my paranoia. All I know is that I'm typing this at 3 in the morning because I can't sleep. Marcus is snoring beside me. Lily's in her room with a baby monitor that I check every 5 minutes, and I'm sitting here with all the lights on, jumping at every little noise. Because deep down, I know we're not alone in this house, and I'm terrified that one night, that scream is going to come again, and next time, it might be closer. Story 22. I am still hesitant to write this all down, even after 12 years, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to us. In 2011, my husband Mark and I bought what we thought was our dream retirement home on Lake Champlain in Vermont. We'd both worked in Boston for 30 years, me in hospital administration and Mark in corporate accounting, and we were ready for peace and quiet. The Cedar Lake house was gorgeous, with these incredible panoramic windows facing the water. The view was breathtaking, especially at sunset when the light hit the water just right. The price was suspiciously low, though. When I pressed the real estate agent about it, she finally admitted the house had changed hands 3 times in 5 years. She tried to laugh it off, saying something about city folks not adjusting to country living. Mark and I just looked at each other and rolled our eyes. We were practical people, no-nonsense types, you know? We thought people were just being superstitious. God, I wish we'd asked more questions. The first few weeks at Blackwater Cove were perfect. We'd have coffee on the deck in the morning, watching the mist rise off the lake. Mark took up fishing. I started gardening. It was everything we'd dreamed of. Then August came, and everything changed. We were having this massive thunderstorm one night. I couldn't sleep and got up to watch the lightning over the lake. That's when I saw someone standing at the end of our dock, just standing there in the pouring rain. The lightning flashed and I could see it was a figure in completely soaked clothing, not moving at all, just staring toward our house. I called for Mark, but by the time he got there, whoever it was had vanished. The next morning we reported it to the local sheriff, a gruff older man named Denton Hargrove. He didn't seem surprised at all by my story, which was unsettling. He just nodded and said, "Blackwater gets its name honestly, Mrs. Caldwell." When I asked what he meant, he just said the water was deeper there than it looks and had unusual currents. Then he left. No investigation, nothing. Mark brushed it off as a trespasser or maybe a drunk teenager, but I couldn't shake the image of that figure just standing there, completely still in the middle of a violent storm. A few weeks later, in early September, our security system went haywire. We'd installed cameras around the property after the dock incident, but that night they all simultaneously malfunctioned between 2:15 and 4:30 in the morning, every single one. The tech guy who came out couldn't explain it, said it wasn't a power surge or anything he could identify. That same morning, Mark found small wet footprints leading from the dock up to our bedroom's sliding glass door. The weird part, they just stopped halfway across the deck, not like someone turned around. They literally disappeared mid-stride, like whoever made them had just vanished. That's when I started digging into the property's history. The house was newer than most in the area, built in 2006 by a guy named Richard Mercer. He only lived there 14 months before selling suddenly and moving to Colorado. The next owners were the Landrys, a family with 2 kids. They only lasted 7 months. I found Mrs. Landry on Facebook and messaged her. At first, she didn't want to talk about the house, but eventually she opened up. Their 8-year-old daughter had started having night terrors about a soaking wet boy who would visit her window. At first, they thought it was just nightmares, but then their daughter started knowing things she couldn't possibly know, like the location of a fishing lure buried in the garden years before they moved in. That's when I discovered the accident. In 1998, a man named Timothy Whelan and his 9-year-old son Andrew went fishing in Blackwater Cove. Their boat capsized during a sudden squall. Timothy's body was recovered the next day, but Andrew's never was, despite an extensive search. The article mentioned that before Timothy died in the hospital, he kept muttering something about "he won't let go," at the bottom, "he won't let go." The reporter assumed he was delirious, talking about his son who he couldn't save. I was reading all this late one night when Mark was already asleep. The more I read, the more this overwhelming sense of dread built up inside me. I felt like I was being watched, even though I was alone in our home office. When I finally went to bed, I swear the hallway was colder than the rest of the house, and there was this faint smell of lake water, even though we were nowhere near the dock. The worst night came about a week later. We were both jolted awake around 3 in the morning by a scratching sound at our bedroom window, along with a steady drip, 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 like water falling onto our deck. Mark grabbed his baseball bat while I pulled up the security feed on my phone. He went outside to check while I watched through the cameras. I could see him clearly on the feed, walking around the deck, checking the windows, finding nothing. But the scratching continued, even as I watched him standing nowhere near the windows. I called out to him, and both on the video feed and with my own eyes looking through the glass door, I could see him standing alone on the deck. But the audio on the security system, God, I still get chills thinking about it. The audio picked up a child's voice whispering, "He's here with me now." Mark couldn't hear it. He couldn't see anything. But when he came back inside, his face was pale. He said the whole time he was out there, he felt like someone was standing right behind him, breathing down his neck. We left that night, packed some essentials, and drove to a motel in Burlington. I was so scared I left my phone behind, on the kitchen counter, still recording audio. When we went back the next day with Sheriff Hargrove to get our things, I checked the recording. After we left, it captured a child's voice asking, "When are they coming back? I'm cold." And then, this is what finally broke me. An adult male voice responded, "Soon. I told you they always come back." There was nobody in that house. The sheriff had checked every room, every closet. The doors were locked, the windows secured. But that voice, it wasn't Mark's voice. It was deeper, rougher. We put the house on the market that week, took a massive loss, but we didn't care. While we waited for it to sell, we stayed in Burlington. I kept researching, though. I learned the house has changed hands 4 more times since we left. Every owner reported unexplained water damage inside the house, even though there were no leaks and no signs of forced entry. I also found a hydrological survey of Lake Champlain that mentioned Blackwater Cove specifically. Apparently, it reaches unusual depths, just yards from the shore, much deeper than the surrounding areas. And there are these bizarre current patterns that create what the report called a perpetual underwater holding pattern, where nothing fully surfaces or drifts away. The real estate agent finally sold our house to a couple from New York last year. I thought about warning them, but what would I say? Watch out for the drowned boy and the man who won't let him go. They'd think I was insane. We live in Arizona now. Mark wanted to be as far from large bodies of water as possible, and I agreed. Sometimes when it rains heavily, I still check the windows, half expecting to see a small, soaking wet figure staring back at me. I don't know what happened to Andrew Whelan in 1998 at Blackwater Cove, but I believe whatever's down there in those depths, he's not alone anymore. And sometimes on stormy nights, they come looking for company. I still wake up sometimes hearing that voice. I told you they always come back. And I wonder if someday something will call us back to Blackwater Cove. The thought terrifies me more than anything. The worst part? I called Sheriff Hargrove last month just to check if anything else had happened at the house. He told me the new owners had a 10-year-old son who'd become obsessed with fishing off their dock at night. Apparently the boy told his parents he'd made a friend who teaches him where the fish hide. A friend who only comes out after dark, soaking wet, and never leaves the water.